Good evening, and welcome to the April 13th meeting of the Menlo Park Planning Commission. I am Vice Chair Ross Silverstein, and I thank you for joining us this evening. Established by state law, our city's Planning Commission is composed of 7 volunteer residents of Menlo Park appointed to 4-year terms by the City Council. According to California state law, the Planning Commission shall do all of the following: prepare, periodically review, and revise as necessary the general plan. Implement the general plan through actions including but not limited to the administration of specific plans and zoning and subdivision ordinances. Annually review the capital improvement program of the city or county and the local public works projects of other local agencies for their consistency with the general plan pursuant to Article 7. Endeavor to promote public interest in, comment on, and understanding of the general plan and regulations relating to it. Consult and advise with public officials and agencies, public utility companies, civic, educational, professional, and other organizations and citizens generally concerning the implementation of the general plan. Promote the coordination of local plans and programs with the plans and programs of other public agencies, and perform other functions as the legislative body provides, including conducting studies and preparing plans other than those required or authorized by this title. In addition, the Commission reviews development proposals requiring a use permit, architectural control, a variance, minor subdivision, as well as the environmental reviews associated with those projects. When applicable, the Planning Commission reviews below market rate housing agreements associated with these applications. The Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for these applications unless appealed to the City Council. The Commission also serves as the recommending body to City Council for major subdivisions, rezoning, conditional development permits, zoning ordinance amendments, general plan amendments, and environmental reviews associated with those projects. If applicable, the Planning Commission also reviews and makes recommendations on BMR agreements associated with those projects. Staff in our city's planning division are responsible for processing development applications, as well as for both implementing and amending the general plan, zoning ordinances, and related policies in order to further the goals of the city. We encourage your active participation, whether you are an applicant or interested member of the public, and there will be an opportunity to speak publicly for each specific agenda item, as well as for the general public comment. With that, I will call roll. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Present.
Commissioner Doe.
Here.
Commissioner Farrick.
Here.
Commissioner Sindler.
Here.
Commissioner Sillen.
Present.
And I am present, so we have 6 commissioners in chambers, which is a quorum, and 1 commissioner absent. Moving to C, reports and announcements. Ms. Sandmeyer, are there any staff reports and announcements this evening?
Yes, good evening, Vice Chair Silverstein and commissioners. So tomorrow's City Council meeting will include an introduction of the Planning Commission applicants. And then on April 28th, the City Council is scheduled to make appointments to fill vacancies on various advisory bodies, and that staff report has been released and is available online. And that concludes my updates. Thank you.
Do any commissioners have any reports or announcements of their own? Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Architectural design or architectural control regularly appears on the Commission's agenda, so I hope it is relevant, pardon the brief commercial, to briefly recommend a book to the Planning Commission. The book is The Spaces That Make Us, and I brought it here if anyone wants to borrow it, by Danish Karani. And honestly, I recommend this book to anyone who has ever been in a building, park, or public space or interacted with any space or object created by humans. It's great for helping everyone. No professional design expertise needed to appreciate sustainable and humane design principles that can help us create a world, whether it's your personal space or large, complex hospital or in city, that nurtures people, communities, and the planet. So thanks for listening.
Thank you. Seeing no other reports or announcements, we will move to public comment, item D. Under public comment, the public may address the Commission on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the Commission once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name, district, or city of residence, but it's helpful. The Commission cannot act on items listed not on the agenda. Therefore, the Commission cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. Please know that if you are here tonight to comment on one of our agenda items, you will have a chance to speak when we get to that item of the agenda. To learn how to participate, I'm going to turn to our clerk this evening, Ms. Roy, to explain how you can participate and then begin the public comment period.
Thank you, Vice Chair Silverstein, commissioners, and members of public. Monica Roy, planning technician. At this time, we are opening public comment period for items not listed on this agenda. If you are in the council chamber and you'd like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. For those who are attending virtually via Zoom, please click the raised hand button. And if you are calling by phone, press *9 on your keypad and you should be able to speak. At this moment, I don't have any comment card or hand raised. So if you want to wait a few moments, we can.
I'm actually going to take this time to make a public comment myself, if that's okay. Good evening. I'm a member of the Planning Commission, as everyone knows, but I'm speaking here as a member of the public, and my views don't represent the commission itself. But 2 weeks ago in a Planning Commission meeting, I attempted to ask city staff to add an item of interest to the agenda and was told that I could not do so unless it specifically came from a public comment as a member of the public. So I'm wondering if the Planning Commission has ever considered being able to discuss or request or add items to a future agenda during any one of their planning commissions. I've noticed that they don't have the ability to do that right now, and I'm wondering if that's something that could possibly be added. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
And now, as the chair of this meeting, Ms. Sandmeyer, based on the feedback that I got from the city attorney's office in the last planning commission meeting, and based on the public comment we just heard, would it be possible to agendize for a future meeting a discussion or a workshop or a study session about the ability for the planning commission to potentially discuss, inquire, or request items be added to a future agenda? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So adding items is not on the agenda, so I don't believe that's possible because we can't discuss items that aren't on the agenda. And then also looking at the city council policy, the planning commission cannot direct staff to do work that will take more than an hour. So adding an item to the agenda, attending the meeting, and then preparing minutes would be more than an hour.
So it is officially the city's policy that under no circumstances could a member of the planning commission ask staff to add an item to the agenda because that would take more than an hour?
I see the city attorney's office is on. I don't know if you want to comment, Mary.
I would lead with something you're probably used to me saying, which is that under the Brown Act, you are limited to acting on or substantively discussing items that appear on tonight's posted agenda.
Sorry, Ms. Lehman, your microphone might not be working. It's hard for us to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We hear you, but it's very muffled.
Oh, okay. Let me try. Let's see. Second. How is this?
It's still quiet,
Still
but
quiet.
potentially better.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I will speak really loud. I hope that works. Is this a little bit better? Yeah. Okay.
I can hear you. I don't know if
Okay.
members of the public can, but I can.
Okay. I would say the same thing that I've said for some time, which is just that, the Brown Act limits our ability to respond to the public comments that were just said, and also generally you're limited to acting on or substantively discussing items that appear on the agenda tonight.
I acknowledge that the Brown Act does limit that, and a very explicit exception in the California State Code, Government Code, around the Brown Act, in the Brown Act, says that one exception to not talking about anything on the agenda is specifically to take an action to direct staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. So the action that I took was to request staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda, which is not in any way a violation of the Brown Act.
And I would reiterate in that sense what Karina was saying, that an item that would take more than an hour of staff time would require council authorization, and you'd have to take, would be directed through staff liaison and the city manager and the council itself.
Thank you. As a follow-up to the city attorney's office, would staff be required to attend a special meeting of the Planning Commission, and would that also violate any concerns regarding staff time, or are special meetings exempt from that?
I don't know the answer to that question. I would have to look into it.
Thank you. And seeing no other public comments, I'm going to close public comment and move to the next item on our agenda, which, let me pull it up. Oh, where is it? One second. Thank you. Consent calendar. The item E1 on the consent calendar is to approve the minutes from the March 23rd Planning Commission meeting. Do any commissioners have any wish to pull any of the items from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I will open up public comment on item E.
Thank you, Vice Chair and commissioners and members of public again. At this time, we are opening public comment period for this item. If you are in the council chamber and you would like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. And for those who are attending virtually via Zoom, please click on raised hand button. And if you are calling by phone, press *9 on your keypad and you will be able to speak. At this moment, I don't have any comment cards or hands raised. We can wait a few more moments if you like.
I'll close public comment, and for the consent calendar, using a show of hands, all those in favor of approving the minutes from March 23rd, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous, so I don't need to ask for any opposed. Yes.
Sorry, I was waiting for somebody to make a motion, and then I wanted to be able to say something quickly.
Go for it, Commissioner Abruzzi.
Robert's rules, sorry. My one thought on it wasn't enough to stall the minutes being approved. I know we have two meaty items tonight. I was a little surprised by how condensed the staff, sort of the report was of our discussion on the annual progress report. And I know that because our meetings are recorded, I think the thought is that somebody could come and find a transcript or something like that. But there were some really solid points made about concerns about production and some numerical values attached to those concerns that I think it would have been useful to have in the minutes for future reference for a council member maybe who was wanting to look back and see what Planning Commission said without wanting to have to watch the whole meeting. So that was just my personal feeling. But again, I understand these minutes are hard to prepare, and that I do appreciate that they're recorded.
Great comment. Considering we already took a vote, I'm going to consider the minutes to be approved, and we can move to item F1, public hearing items. Commissioner Farrick.
Thank you, Chair. I need to recuse myself from this item due to guidance from staff that due to family member employed as a contractor at Meta, and then so out of an abundance of caution, they advise that I recuse.
Thank you for informing us. Item F1 is regarding a conditional development permit amendment and major modification at 1 Hacker Way. At this public hearing, the commission may consider and adopt a resolution to recommend to the City Council approval of amendments to the Meta East Campus conditional development permit to increase the maximum height of buildings 12 and 14 from 48 feet to 62 feet to accommodate a new 3-story atrium, correct existing building heights and remove completed conditions of approval, and to recommend to the city manager amend approval of major modifications to construct exterior building modifications to buildings 10, 12, and 14 of the Meta East Campus at 1 Hacker Way. Determine this action is categorically exempt under CEQA guidelines, section 15301's Class 1 exemption for existing facilities. And I understand that Mr. Turner, you are the staff lead on this project.
Yes.
Are there any updates to the staff report before we get into it?
I do have a brief presentation, just a high-level informational presentation to go over what exactly you're being asked to do tonight. And then the applicant team is here with a brief presentation on the project itself. So with that, I will jump into it. Again, we are talking about 1 Hacker Way today for a CDP amendment and major modifications. Just to start off with the project location, this is at the Meta Classic Campus, which is on the north side of the Bayfront Expressway at the intersection of Willow Road and Bayfront Expressway. This campus is governed by the East Campus Conditional Development Permit, or CDP, which details allowable uses and development standards for the site. The proposed project is limited to buildings 10, 12, and 14, which are those sort of westernmost and then kind of northwestern 3 buildings. The project would construct a new lobby atrium that would connect buildings 12 and 14. The atrium would be 62 feet in height. Currently, the CDP only allows buildings 12 and 14 to be at a height of 48 feet. The CDP says 35 feet. That's one of the corrections we are asking to make in the CDP. So increasing the height to 62 feet would require a CDP amendment. And then a new visitor lobby entrance canopy at building 10, and then a small addition to the building itself to kind of facilitate a lobby area. There are some interior demolition of interior space. So there's actually a net reduction in square footage. So the overall project would continue to be compliant with the existing CDP with regard to maximum floor area ratio. So as I mentioned, the proposed CDP amendments would remove conditions of approval from the CDP that have been completed. They're mostly roadway intersection improvements that were completed some time ago when Meta first occupied the East Campus. And this is consistent with other actions to remove completed conditions of approval, most recently in a CDP amendment in 2018 for the East Campus. And then, as I mentioned, correct some typos in the CDP, namely the existing building height for building 12 and 14 is listed as 35 feet, where the existing buildings are 48 feet. There are a couple other buildings that are subject to that 48-foot height limit. So the proposed modification to the buildings is considered a major modification, which is defined by the CDP as really any sort of major exterior modifications to the buildings. The CDP sets that up as a planning commission recommendation to the city manager. So the planning commission would make a recommendation to our city manager, and then he would be the final decision-making body that can then be appealed back to planning commission to make a recommendation to city council. And then the CDP amendment, CDPs are approved by and amended by the city council. So the planning commission would be the recommending body to the city council. And that would include the increase in height to 62 feet to facilitate the atrium. And then those other minor adjustments to the CDP. The major modification would be subject to approval of the CDP amendment, because if the CDP amendment is not approved, then the major modification that includes the taller atrium would not be able to be approved by the city manager. So with that, our recommendation is to recommend to the city manager approval of the major modification subject to city council approval of the CDP amendments, and then to recommend to the city council approval of the CDP amendments. And that concludes my presentation. Next, we have the applicant team. If you would like, I'll pull up your presentation if you want to come up to the podium.
While Eric is coming up to the podium, I just wanted to give a brief intro. Can everyone hear me okay, first of all?
Sorry, no, we can't. And given that this is the second time this has happened, I fear that it's an issue with the Zoom speakers and not the individual microphones. Ms. Roy, is there any way to adjust the volume of people calling in remotely? To members of the public, we are trying to figure out these technical issues.
Cheryl, could you test out a little bit?
Yeah, of course. How does this sound? Hello?
It's a little bit better, but I think it's
Okay.
also much louder for everyone. And I don't know if I'm now too loud. But
Can you
if,
speak again, Cheryl?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Good evening.
if no one else in the room has any objections with being able to hear Ms. Jarrett, then I'm happy to proceed as is. But please feel free to interrupt me if people truly can't hear, because we have to figure something out. Yes, Commissioner Sillin.
Could we test the, I didn't do it. Could we test the Zoom volume one more time? And now there's feedback.
Yes. Hello? Hello, hello?
Maybe we can try again.
Okay, testing. There's
Hello?
still a little bit of
Hello?
feedback. Slightly less than before.
Through the chair, I think we can get going again. It seemed okay. The remote audio seemed okay.
Okay, that sounds good. I can just speak up. Does
This
this
is
sound
significantly better.
better? Okay.
Perfect. Go ahead, Ms. Jarrett.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thanks for your patience. My name is Cheryl Jarrett. I'm a senior project manager on the project team presenting on this public hearing item. We have a few project team members here tonight, both in person and joining remotely. I'm going to pass it on to Eric Suberkrop, who's a principal at Studios Architecture, to present on our proposal. So he should be making his way to the front soon.
Go ahead.
Hi, Eric Suberkrop Studios. Good evening, everybody. So I'd like to give you a high-level overview of what Meta is trying to accomplish with this renovation project. And we could have the next slide, please. I think Meta's reputation for having an innovative culture is pretty well known. And if we look at the vision here of placemaking and design, that's something that really is important to them from a standpoint of placing that culture. The other thing on the vision that's very important in this case is the classic campus. It was really their first major campus that they inhabited. And from a historical and cultural identity for Meta, it's pretty important. The other thing that's really interesting about it is that it's kind of the quintessential Northern California campus, in the sense the courtyard is one of the nicest sort of arrangements, enclosed. It has this indoor-outdoor capability to it. You don't have to badge in, badge out. I always tell the people there, it's like working at home. Just come to the campus. It's very comfortable, and it's become kind of a historical component for the Meta folks. And then the other important vision here is to create a campus that's vibrant and creates engagement. And that's really a key ingredient in the campuses for any corporation, but especially for high-tech folks. Some of the goals and major drivers has been the modernization of this campus. The buildings were built 30 years ago. Meta moved in 15 years ago. And even though there were some improvements made 15 years ago, these buildings, especially these three, were not that developed at that time. So a lot of this has to do with just improvement. The buildings are aged and they need to be brought up to modern standards. That's one of the major goals of this effort. And then creating efficiency. And it's not just about the systems of the buildings. It's also about how the buildings are arranged, how the buildings serve the occupants, both from a habit point of view, a utility point of view, but also just from a health and safety point of view. And then in terms of the evolution of the workplace, which is real important at this juncture post-pandemic. How can it be more efficient? How can it be more productive? And how's the experience one that is really something that people want to come to? Next slide, please. So we'd like to talk about some of the entry sequences here, which we think are important. If you think about the campus and you see the 9 buildings, and it's kind of an assortment that approaches the Bayfront Expressway, almost like a marching band of buildings. The one at the front of the band is Building 10. And it's the one you see at the intersection of Willow and the Bayfront. So it's almost, the entry there is almost like an entryway statement for the whole campus. Not just this building, but for the whole campus. And so what we're envisioning here is to make it more welcoming. A lot of these buildings are kind of enclosed. So the idea here is almost to take off the walls, open them up, make it warm and friendly so that you're actually welcome in the way you're received here as you come to the campus. And then having a canopy that comes out to greet you as well, that's more inviting. Next, please. Next slide. And so, this is a slide of the entry. So we're basically popping up the main lobby, making the lobby bigger. The lobby's coming out to the street, not pulled back. It's opened up 2 stories. The building is saved, all the columns and everything, the beams even. The structure generally in these buildings is white or going to be more white. The outside is mostly white. And the bones are then exposed. And we're bringing in other warm materials. So it's a warm and sort of biophilia integrated example of a building. Next. Here's an axo of that courtyard, one of the few courtyards on the outside that we're inviting the visitors and what have you to come through. And then also starting to look at the main facade from a standpoint of giving it a new color in yellow in this case. And we picked yellow. It's part of the palette already for this campus. But yellow seems to be the more signature color of also the newer buildings. So that we're trying to coalesce the campus as a whole. Yeah, the bridge going over the Bayfront Freeway is yellow. So that this is like an eye catcher to bring you to the entryway statement here. Next. So here you can see the yellow at the top is proposed, and that's the only color change we're making here at the front. Next. And this is a plan of the changes. So the larger lobby is at the top, the canopy coming out to the left there, and then an addition by the connective tissue between the 2 pavilions. What occurred in the existing layout, the connection piece between the 2 pavilions very choked, and then the entry statement really doesn't work there very well from a control point. So this loosens it up and allows the whole entry to work better. Next, please. So if we look at the entry sequence for 12 and 14, 12 and 14 occupy the location on the north side, northwest side, and really create the main entry sequence for most of the parking there. And also what's key here is the entry for the intermodal work, the buses and so forth that bring people into the campus. So we're trying to combine those 3 entries into one entry, which would be the main entry then for the north side. And the idea there is to create it more as a knuckle so that there's a sense of arrival. And that knuckle also then brings you into the courtyard. So a lot of what we're doing in this renovation is creating more synergy between the interiors and the courtyard, and also the sense of arrival to the courtyard. Next, please. And what we suggested was to do a roof that's more of a barrel vault. So, when we talk about 62 feet, we're talking about the top of the barrel vault, not everything being 62 feet. And it's sort of commensurate with the roof screens hiding all the mechanical stuff. It's not, all over the place. And we're replacing a wind wall there, as you see below, the top being proposed and the lower elevation being the existing one. So the wind wall is almost 3 stories high. So we're trying to also feather in the vocabulary a little bit of what happens along Bayshore as well. I mean, Bayfront as well, so that there's some vocabulary shared there. Next slide. And this shows that connection. So you can see the funnel there. You can barely see the large canopy for the buses at the top, north being to the top, and the connection into that, and then the funneling back to the courtyard at the bottom. So that's the big idea of that interstitial space there. Next, please. That's the slides, and that's the culmination of the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. At this time, before moving to public comment, do any commissioners have any clarifying questions for staff or the applicant? Commissioner Schindler. Feel free to take a seat, and if we have a specific question, we can call you up.
Thank you. My clarifying questions are for staff, and they are primarily about procedural and process. I just wanted to confirm the rationale for a couple of things that were mentioned in Mr. Turner's presentation. I know that it was referenced that it's been historical practice to remove project-specific conditions once they're completed. I have recollection of that happening in the past, but I was wondering if you could please expand on the rationale for doing so, and if we ever do it outside of there being new asks or modifications to CDPs.
That's a good question. Typically, we only really consider that if there are other modifications being proposed. I think the rationale is since the city council would need to amend the CDP, unless there's a reason to amend the CDP, it doesn't make a ton of sense to come back every time one of the conditions has been satisfied. So it has been just practice to do this only when other changes are being proposed.
Thank you for clarifying that part about when it happens. And the rationale for doing it is, because I have an assumption about what it is, but I think it's better if I just ask for clarification about why we scrub the language that's for a project, for conditions that have already been completed.
Typically, it's an ask from the applicants. I can make assumptions as to why they would want to do it. Mostly just to clean up the language of the CDP, to avoid any confusion that there are still potentially items that they haven't addressed yet. Staff typically doesn't bring forth an amendment to remove the conditions just because they've been completed.
Thank you. I'm glad I asked. That's not the answer I was anticipating. So it's nice to understand that it's an applicant request. And then my second sort of procedural question is that it sounds like this CDP has a progression from Planning Commission to the city manager for major modification. And that is a first in the things that I've seen for major projects. And the way that it's worded made it sound like it's specific. It was a specific element of this CDP, an intentional decision. And again, I'm just curious if you could expand on why that was the case at the time the CDP was crafted.
It's a good question. The CDP, typically CDPs have several layers of modifications that can be made and a level of just depending on the scale of the modifications. There's typically a staff level decision, a middle tier where there's a planning commission level decision, kind of like a substantial conformance memo. And then there is the tier that's a CDP amendment that goes to the city council. In this case, that major modification was offered as potential streamlining to some of the review rather than having to go all the way to city council to approve the modifications. It still comes before the planning commission, but then we don't have that added layer of another city council meeting, and the changes can be acted on by the city manager administratively. So it streamlines the process a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that detail. Those are all my clarifying questions.
Any other clarifying questions? I do have one for staff. As I understand it, we are changing the maximum height of these 3 buildings to 62 feet. Even after we make that change, if Meta decided that they wanted to build an extra story on top of their existing buildings that went up to the 62-foot limit, they would need, is it correct to assume that they would need to come before the planning commission, and then that would be considered a major modification that would go through the city manager as well?
Yes, but to clarify one of those, so the way the proposed CDP amendment is written, it only applies to the atrium itself, and not to the bulk of buildings 12 and 14. So they couldn't build a whole nother story on those 2 buildings. Just the atrium would be allowed to go to 62 feet. But essentially, yes, if there are other modifications that are changed to this plan, it would have to come before the city planning commission for a recommendation to the city manager.
Thank you. Seeing no further clarifying questions, I'm going to move to public comment. Ms. Roy, can you please provide instructions regarding public comment for this item?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Once again, we are opening public comment period for this item. As a reminder, if you are in the council chamber and you would like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. If you are attending virtually via Zoom, please click on the raised hand button. And if you are calling by phone, press star 9 on your keypad and you will be able to speak. At this moment, I don't have any comment card or any hands raised. If you'd like, we can wait a few more minutes.
I'm happy to close the public comment period and move us to commission discussion. Do any commissioners have anything they'd like to say or opine regarding this item? Commissioner Baruzzi.
I'll go. So I had the same question that you had, and then I went and looked and I saw the various height limits specified. Wow, this is really loud. So I'm comfortable with that aspect of the change. I appreciated reading about the bird-safe glass. That was another question I had, particularly given the proximity to the bay and lots of natural habitats. Seems reasonable to move the tree. And I wondered idly what was going to happen to the bike parking. One thing that I would love at some point would be for somebody to explain to me how these LEED certification lists actually work, because I looked at it and it didn't quite make sense to me, but it's not going to materially affect my vote tonight. But on the whole, I'm predisposed to vote in favor of this project.
See, Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you. So I just want to make a quick comment that will not affect my approval of the project. I am supportive of these changes because my comment is that from what I can tell, based on the site plan and the presentation today, these changes are generally facing away from the Bayshore Highway side. So someone driving past the building may not even see these modifications, or they may see like the top of the atrium or something like that. So any sort of aesthetic or what have you concerns sort of seem relatively moot just for that reason, and others as well. I don't have any major objection to the aesthetic look of anything. I just want to make a general comment that Meta is such a huge company, one of the most valuable companies in the world. And as a relatively new resident of Menlo Park, it seems weird to me that the company is sort of just tucked away in this corner of the city where I think the average resident really only passes out on their way to and from the Dumbarton Bridge. And so it's kind of secluded. I know it's close to Bellhaven and those residences, but it just feels like there's this kind of separation. And it was interesting to hear about all the really cool architectural features in the sense of space being created, in the sense of this like being a historic Northern California office building, but it doesn't really feel like it affects the community at large. And I think it'd be great for the folks at Meta to maybe consider finding more ways to change that, whatever they may be. I understand that. I believe that there was a farmer's market prior to COVID on campus. I believe someone told me before my time. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. But other than that, happy to support the project.
Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The presentation was very helpful. I found the drawings a little fuzzy in the package of the presentation. Both the words and the images were very helpful, and the images were very nice. I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Baruzzi's comment about the bird safe glass. I'm not doubting the assessment by the experts who evaluated it, but I was curious on page 129 in the staff report, and this is in the letter from H.T. Harvey and Associates, and it shows a diagram of the front of the atrium where the top red part where it's curved is bird safe glass, and that notes that the orange part of the glass, which is the majority of the glass from the first three levels, is not bird safe glass. And there's also a note saying that collisions will happen, among other places, in the first 0 to 60 feet from the ground to 60 feet. So I just found it curious that in that zone where bird collisions would be most common, bird safe glass would not be used. So I think through the Vice Chair maybe could, to the applicant or design team, if that could be elucidated. Sorry, I had another point relating to that, but now I can't remember it. I always leave it that as a question, because I think bird safe glass doesn't necessarily mean that the glass would lose its transparent properties. There's other ways to make it safe, but yeah, I was curious about that. To the design team or applicant, they could explain why that is.
Yeah, I would also love an answer to that. Thank you.
Through the chair, I can answer that. So the project plans were updated after this bird safe assessment was done. So the project plans do include bird safe glass all the way down to the first level, generally under the height of the bus overhang. And I can pull up a page number for you really quickly. So page 43 of the packet should be sheet A7-22. It's the proposed atrium. There's a blue box that says potential location of untreated non-bird safe glazing. The requirement in the office zoning district is that no facade be more than 10% non-bird safe glazing. So that was a comment that came up during the project review. The applicant was required to remedy that in the plan set. So everything except for just under the bus canopy height level will be required to be bird safe glass.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Commissioner Baruzzi, go ahead.
I appreciate the project team's attention to this detail. In the review process, I mean.
Yeah, seeing no one else having any substantial comments. My only comment on this is it just seems to me that our height restrictions are generally performative, and we review all of these developments on a case-by-case basis, and every time we kind of basically react to whatever the proposal that comes in. And I think in general, I would recommend that we as a planning commission and planning department spend time thinking about what we genuinely believe the reasonable height limits for various developments should be. And then we can allow applicants to go up to that. And it seems like every time any change wants to be made, we kind of just react to that. And then we basically allow that to be the new permissible height. And the next time something comes up, we'll do the same. So it seems relatively reactive as opposed to proactive, but specifically for this project, I have no issues. And I'm happy to entertain a motion if anyone wants to. Commissioner Schindler.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. I just want to add my support to a couple of the points that have been made by other commissioners very, very eloquently. Thank you for the bird safe glass. Moving the tree, I think visually the arc, or what are we calling it? The barrel vault at the top of the atrium adds nicely visually and makes it sort of a more specific focal point to the entry between 12 and 14. And it will make it easier to find for visitors. I have wandered that campus trying to find the right door to go in before. I don't have any concerns at all about the changes to Building 10 or the addition of the walkway, and certainly intend to support the project as it's been proposed with the recommendation. And I will be happy to make a motion. But before I do that, I actually did want to potentially pose a question and I'm to the applicant, and I think it may actually be Ms. Jarrett, who is the appropriate person. We in the Planning Commission review the annually review the Willow Village development agreement. And I think we are within about a month of seeing that project again. So I just wanted to ask Ms. Jarrett if she would be involved in that process. And if we can look forward to getting an update on some of the milestones that were discussed last time and publicly put on the project website. Some of the things that I think are out there for citizens of Menlo Park had like a summer 2025 timeline on them for things like doing the final subdivision map and the parcel map, or that is a dependency for doing the Chevron station, et cetera, et cetera. So there are a couple of milestones out there that I think will be exciting to get an update on. And I wanted to know, just understand if that was something you would be involved in.
I will not be involved in that. That's a whole separate team. I would defer to other Meta team members for comment if necessary.
Are those folks available, or just in terms of okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is Leticia Ford. I'm with Meta. It's a separate team. You will hear, I'm sure that when time is due at those specific meetings, but it's a separate team. The folks that are on this call are not privy to that and wouldn't be able to answer in all honesty.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that.
Of course.
So unless other commissioners have comments or questions, I'm happy to make a motion that we recommend to City Council the amendment to the CDP and the major modification to the city manager as proposed.
I'll second that.
Seeing no further discussion, I will call a vote. Commissioner Baruzzi?
Aye.
Commissioner Doe?
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler?
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen?
Yes.
And I am yes. And I just want to note for the record, remind people that Commissioner Farrick has recused herself for this item. And we can close this item and move on to item F2. Is anyone able to ask Commissioner Farrick to rejoin us? Do you know where she is? While we're waiting for Commissioner Farrick to rejoin us, I will just introduce the item. Item F2 is regarding the zoning ordinance amendments to Chapter 16.79 accessory dwelling units. And at this public hearing, the Commission may consider and make a recommendation to City Council amending Chapter 16.79 of Title 16 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code for consistency with state law and incorporating local objective standards. Mr. Pruder, I believe you're the lead on this project. Are there any updates to the staff report?
Good evening, and thank you, Vice Chair Silverstein, Planning Commissioners, members of the public, Matt Pruder, Associate Planner. I don't have any specific updates, but I will be covering a few items of concern in the presentation that I prepared. And so I'm happy to initially respond to any maybe clarifying questions following the presentation. That would be my preference, but I'm happy to go proceed as preferred. Thank you.
Yes, let's have the presentation first, and then people can ask clarifying questions. Thank you.
Let's set this up. There we go. Okay, thank you very much. I believe everyone can see my screen at this time. So again, good evening, everyone attending this meeting. This is again Matt Pruder, Associate Planner with the Planning Division in Menlo Park. Tonight I'll be providing a brief presentation to clarify our progress on the ADU ordinance update for accessory dwelling units. So as a quick background, we have been working on an update for some time over the past year. We received a letter from the State Housing and Community Development Department, HCD, on December 5th, 2025, 10 days before our study session that we held last year on December 15th of 2025. Following the study session, we spent the last few months preparing revisions and beginning a new ministerial review process for ADU completeness, which has been underway since New Year's Day, January 1st. We are now at tonight's Planning Commission meeting to discuss the revisions and provide additional clarifications on these revisions since that study session that we held in December. And this evening is an opportunity for the Planning Commissioners and members of the public to provide feedback and ultimately make a recommendation to the City Council for the ADU ordinance at hand. Tentatively, we aim to have a first reading on May 12th with the City Council, followed by a second reading 1 week later on May 19th. Additionally, I'd like to remind everyone of the differences that we discussed to an extent last time we met between the two types of ADUs, the two main categories within which we have a few subcategories. So first, we have some nomenclature changes. We've tried to adopt new terms, state ADU and local ADU, to help offer a simpler naming system for all ADUs moving forward. State ADUs, which are also considered, and we've named them in previous documents, state mandated ADUs or 66323 ADUs. Those are a lot of different names and numbers. Those are ADUs that are subject to the provisions of Government Code Section 66323. That's the number for which we have that number. And they have very limited regulations that are guaranteed by state law. The categories of ADUs that would fall under the state ADU regulations include new detached ADUs that are 800 square feet or less, conversion/internal ADUs, we prefer to use internal, but it's the same concept, and junior ADUs or JADUs. Sorry. Local ADUs, on the other hand, are the other ADUs that are outside of this category, regulated by Government Code Section 66314, similar area of the Government Code, but a different code section altogether. And they can be additionally regulated by local objective standards, which city governments, local jurisdictions can adopt. These types of ADUs are also known as non-state mandated ADUs or 66314 units. The categories of ADUs that would fall under this type of local ADU regulatory system would include attached ADUs, detached ADUs that exceed 800 square feet, and ADUs that are located within a historic district. Got a few things on here we'll try to quickly go through to clarify a little further and remind everyone from additional details of the study session we held in December. We had the following key items of concern we need to talk about regarding state ADUs. First and foremost, these, again, affect a certain subset of ADUs. So we're talking about new detached ADUs that are 800 square feet or less, internal ADUs, and JADUs. The first main one is maximum square footage that's allowed. We talked about this before, but just as a reminder, an internal ADU and a detached ADU both have a maximum of 800 square feet that can be allowed based on certain parameters. And a JADU has a maximum square footage of 500 square feet. By definition, a JADU cannot exceed 500 square feet. It is no longer a JADU if it's larger than 500 square feet. Front setback is based on the ability to construct said ADU. So it is kind of based on the feasibility of a site to do so. So we don't have a specific set number for that. And then there are 4-foot side and rear setbacks, which have remained consistent for some time. And it is possible that nonconformities could remain for internal ADUs and JADUs. Regarding height, we have a few different possibilities here based on a few factors. It could be the same height as the existing building if it's a conversion ADU that's using the existing footprint. Same with a JADU, using the same existing footprint. If it's a new detached ADU, we had mentioned before the same regulation of the height initially being 16 feet, but it could be 18 feet if located within a half mile of a transit stop. In our case, the Menlo Park Caltrain station is our one major transit stop that we can consider here. And it can be as tall as 20 feet to accommodate a matching pitched roof, depending on the type of building, the primary residence. For detached multifamily ADUs, we have a simple height maximum of 18 feet. And there is no parking requirement for any of these ADUs. Similarly, we'll move on to the local ADUs now. We have some similarities with the state ones, but there are a few key distinctions we'd like to point out here on this slide, and again, try to quickly go through. These affect the same category I'd mentioned before, within which there's the attached ADU, which is an expansion of a footprint that involves some existing building, but adding on to it, so to speak. It also involves detached ADUs that exceed 800 square feet, if allowable, and ADUs that are located within a historic district. We're proposing that the setbacks and the height requirements remain the same for local ADUs, but there is one exception in that if you have an attached ADU, there is a different height limit that would be based on state law that we're working off of, that is to not exceed either 25 feet or the height limit of the respective zoning district, whichever is lower. So it's most likely in a lot of our single family residential tends to be higher than 25 feet. So it's probably 25 feet. That would be the max in the specific examples. We also propose that the daylight plane and building profile requirements, when applicable, remain in place. That would mainly be an issue for attached ADUs that are attached to an existing residence. And we also propose that interior access could be allowed, but it would require 2 separate doors with independent locking mechanisms, and also being compliant with the CBC or California Building Code requirements. And then lastly, just a few more things at the very bottom here. We have a few provisions that include an 18-inch eve encroachment into side and rear setbacks, so additionally into the 4 feet. A limit of 20% we had proposed before for local ADU porches, requirements to limit exterior lighting to make sure that it's shielded, downlighting, and directed to avoid glare. And again, no parking requirement, but specifically for certain configurations, a studio or a 1-bedroom ADU, if it's larger than that, we still would require parking subject to the other exemption possibilities. Moving on, I'd like to also point out some key provisions regarding the square footage maximum here, It's a little more particular here, but we have the provision that we've kept this as well, that an ADU that's local may not exceed 50% of the existing primary dwelling, or if, depending on the type of bedroom count, 850 square feet for 1 bedroom, 1,000 square feet for units with more than 1 bedroom. And if the local ADU is greater than 800 square feet, it is possible to exceed the FAL by up to 800 square feet. So you don't have to keep an ADU at 800 square feet if you have additional floor area or building coverage to spare. We've added this additional provision, which is the bottom bullet here, that is allowing for a local ADU, if desired, to be given an extra 100 square feet. So working with a 900 square foot maximum, a 900 square foot exceedance, if the local ADU can be one that is accessible in terms of ADA accessibility requirements and meeting all those requirements as listed in CBC. And so that could be a potential way for a larger ADU to be possible, a larger exceedance to be possible on site. And again, in the spirit of, accessibility, which is something we talk about in our housing element regarding accessible housing. So we have a few ideas there we're trying to put forward with this additional measure. Moving on to next steps, just a few more slides to go, and I appreciate your time on this. Following tonight's meeting, as mentioned earlier, we have 2 additional meetings we are aiming for. We're trying to go to the May 12th City Council meeting for the first reading, and the May 19th City Council meeting for the second reading, and ideally the adoption date for this ADU ordinance. And then following that, as mentioned earlier, HCD would be reviewing this adopted ordinance. They'd be given up to 60 days to provide feedback and any questions or concerns. And so that is the general timeline that remains for this ordinance to be in effect. And there is one additional item I wanted to bring up as a sort of news item regarding a recommendation following the staff report publication. Specifically, we are proposing to delete the following sentence in red, which is from section 1679.070, subsection 5, which regards exterior access. So we had earlier discussed this at the study session, and we worked on enhancing the language a bit to ensure that local ADUs require an exterior access pathway. And we are following some additional review and coordination, we've determined that we'd prefer to leave that out of the ordinance and omit that, remove that completely. And so lastly, I'd like to just add on to some recommendations. We believe that the recommended objective standards that we are putting forward today would bring local regulations into consistency with state law, incorporate new regulations to allow the city to effectively regulate local ADUs, and support the city's existing policies to continue to provide a mix of housing that would address a variety of local housing needs for Menlo Park. This would occur while acknowledging the need for additional accessible housing units, as mentioned earlier with our accessibility provision, and housing units that would support a variety of household sizes, bedroom counts, families, and households. The development standards within the local provisions have been updated to reflect feedback from the Commission and the community that we received at the study session in December 2025. And they specifically are geared towards items concerning internal access, exterior access, parking, and maximum square footage. We believe, the staff believes, that the current proposed ordinance that we present today balances the feedback from that meeting in December 2025 with enhanced ADU development capabilities to ensure a variety of housing opportunities across the city. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Do any commissioners have any clarifying questions before we move to public comment? Commissioner Baruzzi.
I think this is a clarifying question, but it could you can decide how you want to handle it. I'm curious about the practical implications of this, and especially since last time when we were discussing the annual progress report, we were talking about our dependence on ADU production for some of our affordable housing goals. Can you think of any ADUs that have come before the commission within the last year that would not have met these requirements? In other words, are there things that we've approved that we would have not approved with these changes, or that would have required substantial changes to meet these bars?
I'm happy to answer that now, and thank you for your question, Commissioner Baruzzi. I believe that different varieties of ADUs that you've seen as Planning Commission, incidental to projects requiring a use permit or other discretionary review, in addition to those that were ministerial before, don't really seem to warrant any concern here on that matter, because we have mainly focused on, I think, a lot of provisions that make local ADUs, locally objective standard type ADUs, more feasible than before. And one example I'd give is that if we have an attached ADU currently, or I should say before we have applied the newer state law requirements, a few years ago, we'll just say, we had additional requirements with respect to daylight plane and setbacks that were greater than 4 feet in front and rear, side and rear, and things like that, where we had more restrictive requirements. A lot of the ADUs that come forward, I think in more recent times, tend to be attached to main residence and potentially just one larger footprint. I think that's the most common one that has come here in the last year or so, few years. And that is still a possibility, and it's still something that can occur with this pathway, and it would still be ministerial. It would not be something that is hindered by this ordinance. And I would say, if anything, it's made a lot clearer. I don't think it's necessarily more expedient or simpler. I think it's the same process. The only difference would be if they came forward with just the ADU and not consolidated the ADU with the main residence. In a building permit sense, the review process would differ. We now have a process where if the applicant comes forward with one building permit for the new residence and the ADU attached to it, for example, that is still under our previous review cycles, which would not be the completeness review. Completeness reviews are only for ADU building permit applications that are purely for the ADU. So in terms of efficiency and all that, everything is basically the same. I think we have a much clearer understanding of separating out how these ADUs work and what their functions and capabilities are. So I think that would be a lot better in a sense of information and just optimizing one's knowledge of what one can do on a property.
Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you. This was going to be my clarifying question, but I think it actually builds on Commissioner Baruzzi's clarifying question. Mr. Pruder, you made reference to for local ADUs, if they are more than 800 square feet. That's actually a condition under which the coverage, right, the calculated maximum coverage would go up by 800, right? So you add a detached ADU of 110 square feet, and you can up your coverage calculation by 800 square feet. Is that correct? Am I understanding that part of your slide correctly?
Are you speaking about the added accessibility detail?
No, I was talking about the case for a local ADU where we actually will allow for the coverage of the lot, the coverage percentage of a lot to be higher because it is more than 800 square feet. So I'll read the footnote here. From table 2, lot coverage limits may be exceeded only to accommodate one detached ADU of at least 800 square feet of interior living space. So that's implying that the maximum building coverage can go up in that particular case.
Yes, so
Okay.
we allow that exceedance for the local ADU in a sense of both building coverage and floor area limit.
Okay, great. So having understood that correctly, my question then pivots back to the state ADUs. And so I believe the language says here that internal ADUs, in this case, state ADUs, constructed with a new primary residence are subject to the maximum floor area limits corresponding with that residential zone. So if I'm understanding that correctly, that's a fairly significant difference from the way that we've been operating today and many of the things that we've been reviewing. We've essentially been looking at proposals where there is a floor area limit or a coverage calculation, and then we bump people up 800 square feet. So is it correct, is my understanding correct, that that goes away?
I believe in a simple sense, yes, but more importantly, yes, you're correct. The 800 square feet needs to be within, for an internal / conversion ADU, within the floor area limit and maximum building coverage.
Okay. So if I were to sort of think about Commissioner Baruzzi's question, like what would happen to ADUs that we have been reviewing up until this point? If a project like that came to us that was 800 square feet over the calculated floor area limit, that would be an example of a project that would not have been approved.
We would treat that as a local ADU. And so I think in a simple sense, maybe just backing up a bit, before we considered this an attached ADU, we would still consider this an attached ADU, the same type of ADU in the example you're giving. It's just that we would not consider it internal.
And I'm sorry, maybe I will try and even more specifically refine the question that I'm asking. In just the case of an internal ADU, if the internal ADU is constructed at the same time as a new primary residence, and it's labeled as being 650 square feet, do they get any bump to the calculated floor area limit or coverage above and beyond what the zoning would permit?
They would not as an internal ADU, but I think by definition, if we take a simple example of a 2,800 square foot floor area limit, and someone is building a 2,800 square foot new residence, primary dwelling, and with that, they want to attach an ADU, we would no longer see that as internal, but rather an attached ADU that is subject to the local objective standards. And so it could be a local ADU. The local ADU is also allowed the 800 square foot exceedance, but the internal ADU cannot exceed, it has to be within. So there's a distinction that has to be made with the provision of this ADU. When one is proposing one, if they wish to exceed the floor area limit and or building coverage, they need to account for whether or not this ADU would exceed that. And if it does not, it fits within the floor area limit, it could be internal. It could be a conversion. Conversion is a little tricky because when you have new construction, there's no simple way to explain that it would be internal if it doesn't exist yet. So that's a little, chicken and egg kind of thing. But the main point here is if there is an exceedance that needs to happen, we would then look at this one ADU as being a local ADU. 66314 would be the type subject to local objective standards, unlike an internal ADU, which could fit within but cannot exceed the floor area limit and building coverage.
Okay, thank you. I think that's an important clarification. So if I'm understanding here, someone who is building a home and wishes to go above the floor area limit through incorporation of an ADU must label that ADU an attached ADU, which by definition makes it subject to our local regulations rather than the state flavor.
Yes, and conversely, if someone wanted an 800 square foot exceedance and not be attached to the residence, a new detached ADU could be possible. Maybe in the rear of the lot or some other part of the lot where you get a detached building separate from the main residence. That could be up to 800 square feet and subject to the state mandated 66323 provisions. So there's a little difference, like attachment to the main residence presents a few more nuances that would have to be considered here. There's a path, but I think it just would be a matter of sorting out what the intention is. If there's a desire to exceed and use that ADU to do so, they'd have to be considering what type of ADU and what the restrictions would be.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And with that understanding, I do think that some things we have looked at over the course of the last year would have had a different outcome, at least, but they probably would have been presented to us differently as well. So thank you for clarifying. That's a tough one.
Commissioner Abruzzi.
Sorry, one follow-up because I'm very curious about this. I'm still a little confused about attached versus internal. We've been seeing pretty much every time we get like a new Thomas James home, for example, it tends to bump up, it tends to use the extra 800 square feet allowable and is an attached ADU. And often we see, I think, like one door separating it from the main residence, maybe. I'm trying to envision what the updated rule about 2 different locking doors would mean for those situations, because that's maybe the most common form of ADU we see here.
Sure. And to be clear, you're asking mainly about how the door kind of configuration would occur, how that would work. Okay. So yes, we are thinking kind of in a visual sense, it would be more kind of like how some hotel rooms are, where you have 2 sets of doors, they both lock, and they are separately operable. So dual locking, separate doors, not just one door. We had come forward with one door before. We had this discussion, I think, on the one door idea, but yeah.
So if I'm Jack Nicholson in The Shining, I have to go through 2 doors, not one, to get to the attached ADU.
2 locked doors, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. I just want to ask for a clarification on the removal of that pathway requirement. Could you please clarify why staff chose to remove that from the new ordinance?
Thank you for the question. Just thinking that over a little more. Basically, we have had some internal discussions with the city attorney regarding additional legal provisions regarding passageways. And there is language in state law that prevents us from requiring such passageways basically between the 2 points that we've identified, which would be a public type of area, public right-of-way, public easement, or perhaps an alley, and the main entrance to the ADU. We've identified that does not seem legally feasible to require, so we've preferred to remove that provision.
Thank you. And does that apply to both state and local ADUs, that legal issue?
It's a legal issue for state law for ADUs and generally, but it's something we tried to add on for the local ADUs. So I think in terms of requirement changing, we had it for the local ADUs. We could not apply it for the state ADUs. And so we've since removed it from the locals.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sillen.
Sorry, one more question. Are we under any sort of deadline from HCD in regards to when we need to have a new ordinance finalized?
We don't have a specific deadline, but we did have a deadline to respond when we received the letter back in December of last year, and we've been in touch with HCD. They're aware of our work on this, and the fact that we're making progress and in good faith, I think, is doing the job, so to speak.
If I just may, through the chair, add one thing. So I don't have the exact housing element program in front of me, but I do believe that the sixth cycle housing element does have a program that identifies that the city will bring a ordinance through and adopt a new ordinance within 6 months of receiving the feedback from HCD on any potential changes. So we did get that letter in December. So if you're looking for a timeline, I think we're right around the sweet spot, if you will, for bringing it back within the 6 months of roughly 6 months since that letter, which, by the way, identified that our ordinance may not be consistent with state law, did not identify specific state law inconsistencies, I should clarify.
I have one quick clarifying question, and I don't know if this was mentioned deliberately or in passing, but wanted to get a quick clarification. It was mentioned that the only major transit stop considered for the purposes of the 18 versus 16-foot height limits was Caltrain. Does that specifically exclude major transit stops that are in East Palo Alto and Belhaven? Or is that, you might have just said that in passing, but I wanted to make sure that wasn't necessarily deliberate.
Right. There are a few things that are a little confusing here with transit requirements. So Public Resources Code was cited in the ordinance and in some definitions. And we have two key things here. There's major transit stop, which overlaps with other state requirements like SB 79 and those kinds of things. And in this case, for ADU parking specifically, the major transit stop has a pretty high threshold that needs to be met in terms of the service and that kind of thing. We also have public transit that is an adequate level of service, which is a bit below. That covers a lot of the buses in the bus system for Samtrans, as well as Dumbarton Express. And we did assess other types of services, but determined that it was really limited to maybe like 5 or 6 different Samtrans buses, both of the Dumbarton Expresses, where they go through the city. And these are two overlapping sets of requirements. The main point I want to make with the major transit stop is that the Caltrain stations could be included, but we don't have the level of bus, like rapid transit service. We don't have the intensity of intersecting bus lines and frequency to meet other criteria for a major transit stop. The key with a major transit stop is it's mostly rail driven, and we don't have other rail service as of yet. And I believe technically we could look into Palo Alto Station some more, but I believe initially the half-mile radius did not appear to cover any feasible distance for residences in the very south end of the city. So I think it may be the case that's the only option we have.
Yeah, I think Palo Alto has some, but I'm also looking at a Caltrans state portal that says that there's an intersection of 2 bus routes with the same operator on the corner of Newbridge and Willow Road that does have a frequency of 20 minutes or less during morning and afternoon peak commute periods. So maybe we can revisit that because that's at least the state website that has all the dots on the map.
Absolutely, we can look into that. Thank you.
Seeing no further clarifying questions, I will take us to public comment. Ms. Roy, can you please call for public comment?
Thank you, Vice Chair Silverstein, Commissioners and Member of Public. Once again, we are opening public comment period for this item. Now, as a reminder, if you are in the council chamber and you'd like to speak, please fill out a comment card and hand it over to me. For those who are attending virtually via Zoom, please click the raised hand button. And if you are calling by phone, press *9 on your keypad and you should be able to speak. At this moment, I don't have any comment cards or hands raised. We can wait a few more moments if you'd like. Thank you.
Let's close the public comment period and move to commission discussion. Would anyone like to kick us off? Seeing no commissioner discussion. Yes, Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Just a minor thing. I was looking at I'm using Google Maps. I'm doing it live, so this could be totally off, but just using like a measure distance as the crow flies thing from the Palo Alto Caltrain station to Menlo Park, it may appear that some of the properties on like Creek Road may be within a half mile. So just something to flag.
That may be true.
For staff.
We can look into that too. Thank you.
So general comment, I appreciate that, the staff report, it mentioned that we had the session where Planning Commission gave feedback. There was a summary of, I think, almost all the major points given by planning commissioners at the end of the staff report in the section Planning Commission study session. And I appreciate that some of those comments were incorporated, such as the internal access question that we all had, I think a lot of us had at the time. The pathway requirement was nice, but I understand we had to lose it because of state law. I'm not going to argue with that. The stair landings was another issue we discussed, the size of them, and that was changed. And parking, I think, to me, and I did listen through some of the meeting today, the recording of the meeting that we had in December on this topic. I don't fully agree with the presentation of the modifications that were supported by the Planning Commission. So there's a section that has lists things that we generally supported, and then there's a list of things that some planning commissioners supported. So I guess some of the things that caught my eye and some of the things that I did try to verify with the transcript from YouTube as well as clips of the actual meeting. Certain things were mentioned, from what I recall, only by one commissioner. For example, the access pathway requirement, and it's listed as a generally supported item, whereas other things were mentioned by multiple commissioners, such as increasing the maximum ADU size, and that's listed under some planning commissioners. So I think I disagree with the characterization of which things got more support or less. But my bigger concern is that we did incorporate, the new ordinance does incorporate a lot of kind of what I would consider smaller changes that the commission requested in regards to, parking or things like that. But some of the bigger points of discussion that I recall speaking on, and Vice Chair Silverstein and others, is that the city of Menlo Park consistently every year, city council sets housing as one of our top goals. And this was a chance to not only get in line with state requirements, but also consider whether Menlo Park wants to go above and beyond any of those requirements, whether we want to, especially given our latest housing element, lean further on ADUs as a way to add more housing units to Menlo Park. And I know numerous commissioners spoke on that topic. We threw out some ideas like, for example, increasing the square footage, as I mentioned before, that was mentioned by numerous commissioners, as a way of saying, well, we know that the state minimum is 1,000 square feet, but perhaps if we allow more than that, more people would want to build an ADU. And yes, perhaps some of those people would be using that initially in their own private way, but eventually those could become units that could be rented out down the line. And those changes don't seem to be considered. We also we're asking, I think, for incentives for homeowners to add an ADU. I appreciate the incentive for an accessible unit. I think that's great. I just was hoping to really see more than that in this proposal beyond that. For example, we discussed giving the homeowner perhaps more square footage on their main home if they add an ADU, something like that, kind of thinking outside the box. In addition, one of the items listed on the generally supported list, which I agree was generally supported, was the idea of allowing folks to sell their ADU. And that, from my understanding at least, and staff could correct me if I'm wrong, is not included. In fact, from what I understand, the ordinance is explicitly excluded unless it meets the requirements of state laws that I think require it to be built by a nonprofit where you can sell it. So generally, my thinking would be that yes, some of what we're proposing, perhaps staff is imagining, could be considered sort of controversial because it's going above and beyond what the state requires. But since it is in line with our goals that are stated by City Council and supported by the public, I think they should at least be proposed for council to review. And then council would be the ones to vote and say, no, we don't think this is something we want. Whereas what we have right now is what I would consider a fairly conservative proposal that kind of generally keeps things in line with state requirements, adds a couple things that are more flexible, but doesn't really push the envelope in any major way. And I feel disappointed by that. So that is my feedback.
Would any other commissioners like to give their feedback? Commissioner Farrick.
Thank you, Chair or Vice Chair. I first wanted to thank staff for encapsulating the comments from December in a way that I actually would, feel like it's a really understandable staff report. And I think that's a good service to those that are tracking this issue. I'm scrolling back to see if I could find my page that I was on. I do have one actually very specific thing to call out that I appreciate, because I do think, and it connects to what Commissioner Sillen was just noting, but I kind of have a different point of view. Page 159, bottom sentence, staff has observed that many designs appear to be extensions of the primary residence and not independent units. And so have I. I don't know that we've seen more than a handful of projects that have come through without an ADU adding square footage, and that's great. That is in support of our goals, and I think that's a wonderful trend. However, not when it's in an obvious attempt to just add square footage to a single family home, and it's definitely not going to be used for two different residences. So I appreciate the subtle but meaningful changes like the double door. I get what you meant, Commissioner Baruzzi, because initially I read that to be like different locations of doors, but since it's sort of like the interior, you'd be working harder to get through it. So I think that's a nice kind of way to kind of, inject some sort of thought around, like, if a family was considering doing this just for the possibility of adding square footage to their lot, that will be something that could help stave off the project I'm thinking of specifically is that recent 2-structure but 4-unit development on a lot in the college and universities area of town that was a developer from Campbell. And I think there would have been support for a proper ADU. It was disappointing to see that it was clearly designed as 2 single-family homes, and they just cleverly labeled storage, not closet, and different kinds of ways to make it seem like it. So I do think these changes will help. And the reason I think that I have a different point of view than Commissioner Sillen expressed is that we are seeing a robust number of ADUs come forward. We're seeing them with every project except for a very small handful. And so I do think the laws are having the desired impact. It just takes a while when it's 1 unit at a time versus a project that's 100 or more units just in one swoop. So that's why I think it's important to actually try to get these units rather than just count these units. So that's why I think I actually support these. I think it's a good progression. I'm glad that we'll be in compliance and consistent with state law and open to further further ensuring that these laws aren't prohibitive and in fact remain encouraging, but not encouraging in the wrong way. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I briefly want to express my appreciation for the work staff did here to clarify what is a very complicated topic, and it was very complicated last December. I certainly tripped over myself trying to differentiate between attached, detached, internal, state, local, like SB 9. So thank you for sort of going through and creating the tables. The side-by-side was actually very helpful to see. And I also want to specifically applaud the component about the accessible ADUs and finding the additional 100 square feet. That was not even on my radar. And when I saw it, I said, fantastic, that's killing two birds with one stone, or sort of, sorry, to be less gross, addressing two city priorities with one creative solution. So I think that was worthy of notation and appreciation. I don't have questions or concerns about most of the components of the local ADU regulations. I will just, anything I don't bring up, I support what's been proposed by staff, but I do want to discuss briefly and ask some questions about the interior access questions. I want to ask about the size limits that have been proposed. And then if I still have a teeny bit of creative energy, I do want to ask about the housing element program regarding pre-approval of ADUs. So let me start with interior access. So I also, like Commissioner Varick, really appreciated the sentence in there that said, you had noted, the extension of many of the designs have ADUs as an extension of primary residence. I was just glad to name that elephant in the room. Thank you. So the requirement, as I'm reading it, of having two doors, two locking mechanisms, and complying with building code, right, is what we're saying for local ADUs. And then when I went back and said, what does it actually mean to comply with the building local with the California building code? I know that this isn't in the state ADU regulations, but that our building department has said it essentially means you have to have this shared accessory room that meets all the building code requirements of minimum area, minimum dimensions, fire resistant ratings, and separations. So does a local ADU have to have all those things and two doors and two locking mechanisms?
Both would be required, but the desire to do the dual locking two independent doors, that could be on either side of the accessory room that's shared.
Okay.
So you'd have an option when developing that, where you want to position those doors.
Okay, but because of the city's interpretation, the building division's interpretation, they would also have to have that shared accessory room, which we've seen one or two of already. So
yes, that would be more likely if folks pursue that more
okay.
often.
So thank you for clarifying my understanding. Like I am enthusiastically supportive of that. However, the concern that occurred to me when I read that was whether the HCD would interpret that as being more restrictive. And an example where the local ordinance is more restrictive than the state requirement, and whether or not that would send up a red flag.
So appreciate the question. That's certainly a consideration, and certainly conversations that we have been having with our city attorney's office. From staff's perspective, we do believe that this does create that likelihood that the units would be used independently by having those dual locking doors, so that if they are rented separately, there can be that independent locking mechanism between the accessory room. So each unit can use the accessory room however they see fit and however it's designed, but that they wouldn't be able to just transit between the units, or could potentially be prohibited from transiting. Of course, they could be opened. So it certainly is a consideration. HCD does need to review and approve the city's ordinance. If HCD flags this as inconsistent with state law, staff would then work with HCD to clarify the city's position, and if necessary, revise and bring back an ordinance through the Planning Commission and Council. So it could be a targeted edit later if HCD does identify this as a issue, and if staff in our supporting documents and explanation to HCD is not able to obtain approval from HCD of this item. But any local amendments need to go through HCD, and so there is that with all the changes. They do need to be reviewed by HCD.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I mean, just to be clear, I think having both doors, the dual locking mechanism is beneficial to the ultimate goal of having the potential to have them be independent living units. So per our conversation in December and my continued support for that, I think those are good things. But as I went through each, because it was so nicely organized in a table, it was very easy to look at the left column and the right column and say, is one more restrictive than the other? And to me, that was one that, but I'm neither an attorney nor a regulatory expert. So it's just a question. I think Commissioner Sillin expressed this sentiment, and I'm going to ask it as a more specific question. The state says that if we set a limit for the size of a local ADU, the lowest number we can use is 850 square feet for a 1-bedroom and 1,000 square feet for 2+ bedrooms. So those are the numbers that are in what's been proposed. But I read and I reread, and I didn't come up with a really clear explanation as to why those were the proposed numbers. So my question is, why is it that number? Why are those the numbers?
Sorry, just to clarify, your question is why and possibly how we determined the 850 square foot requirement for the 1-bedroom and the 1,000 square foot for the 2-bedroom?
Why did we use those numbers and not use 950 and 1,100, for example, bigger numbers?
Thank you for your patience on that. Basically, a few things to factor in here. One, the key understanding we have with ADUs is that they are secondary to the primary residence. They are not to be seen as equal or greater than a primary residence. And so with that understanding, we considered these square footage thresholds that we have today, that we have in the staff report. And there are ways to get larger sizes and larger types of units via SB 9 to achieve a larger second unit, which would be greater than 1,000 square feet potentially. Could be 2-story, and it could be on the same lot as a primary unit. And so we believe that SB 9 provides a lot of provisions to achieve the higher levels that you're considering here with the same setbacks, the same kind of lot area that you're given on these different, mostly single family type zone properties.
Sorry, Commissioner Schindler, can I ask a follow-up question? As I heard that because SB 9 exists was the reason why we chose to go smaller for ADUs?
I don't know if we would characterize it that way, but we just believe that we have some options currently available with state law. And SB 9 has, as you know, we are working on updates to that in our local code as well. And that will be coming to you soon enough this year. But the main focus is that SB 9 allows for units to match in size and in location and setbacks. And I wouldn't say that SB 9 is a reason to not have certain ADUs. I think there's still provisions to allow for a larger ADU, but again, it's through a use permit, it's through these different requirements.
Thank you. And Commissioner Schindler, I didn't mean to interrupt if you have any follow-ups.
No, I think you kind of went down a path that I was going down, which was just trying to be sure that we understand how numbers are being used to respond to some of the questions and sentiments that were raised last time, which were, how do we provide options, incentives to build more, whatever we were going to call them, secondary structures, whether they're ADUs or they're genuinely second residences under SB 9. And so my interpretation is that we've said, look, 850 feels like the right cap for an ADU, and we think there will be other solutions. We think there are other solutions to allow for building bigger additional structures, whether it's SB 9, whether it's a use permit for a larger ADU. There are other paths to go down. This feels like the line that was picked. Is that roughly correct?
I would say that's generally accurate.
Okay. Thank you. It was sort of the part of this, that like the one sort of staff recommendation that wasn't clearly explained. Most of the other elements went through this is what we proposed, this is what we heard, this is how we responded. And that's not clear from that particular component of the staff report. It a little bit conflates the discussion from December with a discussion about SB 9. I will be supporting this with the cap at 850, just because I understand the sentiment and I'm comfortable enough that there are other paths for larger structures to be pursued, both now and in the future. And I don't know, 850 seems big and big enough for me. So I'll be supporting it at 850. I had also asked Mr. Pruder just a question for my own curiosity about the applications that had been received for pre-approved ADUs, just about the nature of those companies. And if I may paraphrase Mr. Pruder, there are two companies that are doing it, and they kind of prefab ADUs. Mostly that's their business model. They build these structures ahead of it, and in general, they're detached ADUs, as opposed to there being some like local development. My question was whether there was a local developer who has built enough of these that they want something pre-approved and has started the process for doing that. Did not sound like that was the case.
I can quickly confirm that yes, your statement is correct. And I would add that the two companies have had some work in the city on just standalone one-off building permit projects. So we have a few of these prefab ADUs that exist today. I believe a couple might have been finalized. I haven't researched further into that, but they have had a limited presence at that before this pre-approved ADU process came on. So now there's an opportunity for them. We've reviewed it, we've given some comments. We're still working through that to ideally eventually approve their pre-approved ADUs. And so the hope is that we will get something online soon. But both companies, generally speaking, have a similar sort of format of prefabricated homes that I think are generally shipped in large but very small number of shipments and built on site very quickly.
Thank you. I hope those can help us accelerate and hit the goals that we've been talking about here tonight. And then my one other commentary, I know there was reference to the Housing Element Program H4F, and the fact that that program included marketing and promoting ADUs. I hope that once these ordinances are changed and updated on the ADU website, there will actually just be a bit of a push through perhaps, for example, like the community development subscribed emails, and just a way of pushing this update of information out to the general public to just raise the visibility of ADUs. And I think changing the ordinance is a good time to do it. I think that's all my comments. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Commissioner Dill.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I did not attend the December 15th meeting, so I just want to first acknowledge the hard work that staff and the commission, the heavy lifting that happened last year to get us to this point in the process. So just a big thanks. So when I watched the recording, a comment that stood out to me was Commissioner Sillen's comment. I think I understood it correctly, and I think you might have mentioned it again today on pushing the envelope on maybe not even just one ADU, but also incrementally beyond that. And on the commission, I was previously, before deep diving into this information, we typically see one with a home. And so I was interested to learn that state law allows up to 3 66323 units, or one of the other 66314. And so I just wanted to support Commissioner Sillen's kind of pushing the envelope on incentivizing ADU construction and possibly more than one. I don't know realistically, maybe it's a lot to manage, but I thought it was intriguing seeing some of the ADU websites. They'd show kind of a fun axonometric on what that might look like, how it's actually managed in real life. I don't know, maybe it's a lot. And so I just wanted to highlight that comment from Commissioner Sillen.
Commissioner Baruzzi, did you have a follow-up?
It was just a quick one, but I wanted to piggyback off Commissioner Schindler's comment about promoting examples and strategies. And it's possible you're already doing this, but I mean, even having like a library of, here's some creative ways that residents in Menlo Park have added accessory dwelling units to their property that have been approved and are working out for them. Here's some plans that we've seen work well for people, visuals and things like that. Maybe you're already doing this, I don't know. But I also think that if there are financing strategies for building things that you know about that other communities are pushing or promoting, like perhaps we could be doing that too. Because I think also a hurdle for people is if they're not redeveloping their property right now and adding an attached ADU, it is pretty expensive to just build an ADU, especially a detached one, I think. And so, figuring out ways that we can help people make the math work for them would be good.
I'm going to take this time to give some comment. Overall, I don't think I'm supportive of these recommendations as they stand. I'm generally aligned with the comments made by Commissioner Sillen. I think a lot of this comes down to the philosophical discussion of what the purpose is, or the purpose of ADUs are within Menlo Park. And I think historically ADUs, as we've acknowledged here, have been used to add a guest room or a guest house or an extra bedroom, and not necessarily to truly increase housing. And we've anchored this conversation in December and as well today with the premise that City Council's top priority is housing and that we are attempting to improve the housing crisis. And what we're proposing is much closer to the minimum state requirements that we are legally obligated to do than actually getting creative and pushing the envelope or really attempting to use ADUs as a way to genuinely increase housing stock within Menlo Park. And that is a philosophical conversation. Is the purpose of ADUs to be truly accessory? And we can consider a handbag to be an accessory. Is it truly to be, my nephew's in town for the weekend and he's going to stay here, or there's a temporary or a nanny flat as it's called, or is it genuinely our attempt as a city, as a planning commission, as city council, to actually increase housing. And housing comes in all forms. And I think Commissioner Peruzzi has said this many different times on how valuable it is for people to have the ability to live in whatever housing meets their exact needs at any given point in time. And sometimes it's a studio, and sometimes it's a 1-bedroom or a 2 or a 3. And sometimes it's a massive single family house, which is fantastic. But right now, we don't have a lot of the smaller ones because almost all of Menlo Park is single family zoning. And I would love to use this as an opportunity to have ADUs be that opportunity. I think Commissioner Sindler mentioned in December the value of using ADUs as a way to own a starter home. And I know that California has AB 1033, which Menlo Park would need to adopt, that we've chosen not to, as a way for people to own a first home. And I think that, you know, it's been mentioned that 850 square feet is plenty, but it's plenty if you're a single person and all you need is a single bedroom. But it's not plenty if you're a family that's trying to work in Menlo Park, who's trying to live in Menlo Park and not have a long commute and not live necessarily in the East Bay. And it's not plenty if you have multiple kids. And I won't support any recommendation to city council. Commissioner Sindler mentioned that, like, why would we be the gatekeepers to city council being the people to say, this goes too far? I don't want to be the person that says that is definitely too far. I'm happy to defer to city council or elected officials on that. But I want to be inspiring. I want to be someone who does push that envelope. And so, you know, some proposals that I have is, you know, for parking minimums, I think we should have none. Right now, we're already exempting the majority of them, studios and 1-bedrooms and transit and everything. And to simplify, as well as not potentially decrease the ability for someone to build a 2-bedroom ADU because they don't have a wide enough driveway for an extra parking spot or anything, we should get rid of that. I think in terms of square footage, we're picking the minimums. I would want to push it up to for someone to be reasonably able to live with multiple people and or with kids in a family in one of these ADUs. I think from a height limit standpoint, it's conveniently right now basically at a limit where you wouldn't be able to build a second story. You know, 16 feet or 16 and a half feet is basically a very tall single story, but I would recommend going up to 20 feet so that you could genuinely put a second story and you have a staircase, and it would be small, but it would be possible. I mentioned AB 1033 in terms of selling starter homes. And I think that we on the Planning Commission should take more time to push back and not necessarily push back on staff necessarily. I mean, staff's done so much work on this and has implemented a lot of different proposals and is really doing a great job in presenting all of this, but kind of push back on what I've heard in this conversation and in the acceptance that this is enough, because we basically do this once a decade. And, you know, we do our housing element every 8 years, and we're only doing this now because we're legally required to, and we don't revisit it often. And if we don't get it right now, then there's just going to be another decade of lack of housing. So I'm going to vote no unless we, in our recommendation to City Council, push the envelope more. Commissioner Peruzzi.
Can I ask staff a question that you may not be able to immediately answer? There are a couple of ADUs in the Willows that I've noticed multiple times when I'm biking past them. They're on the alley behind 1911 Monalto and the adjacent property, and they're 2-story, and they're obviously rented out. How did those work with our height limits? Or did we approve something that didn't accord with our height limits? Like we approved something that...
Thank you, Commissioner Peruzzi. I apologize, but we'd have to look into this more to understand those. But around 1911 Monalto, it sounds like...
1911 Monalto has
Okay.
one, and then next door to 1911 Monalto could be 1913, could be 1909. You'll do the math.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm generally on the same page as Vice Chair Silverstein. I appreciate you kind of adding more color to my sentiments. I wanted to just ask a few questions from staff to get a better sense of, again, how we ended up to this, what we're looking at today. I guess regarding the square footage limit, and I personally am not like here to say that, you know, increasing the square footage limit of an ADU is going to be a huge unlock in terms of getting a lot more units built. But since it is something we talked about quite a bit at the last meeting, I remember Chair Eric mentioning that he has a big family and he would like to see bigger units as an example. I know that you mentioned that there's a use permit that could be applied for a larger ADU. So my understanding is like the way it works with a single family home in general is we have certain things that you can get a use permit for and then certain things that require a variance. So is there a point at which, like, can I get a use permit for a 5,000 square foot ADU? I mean, is there a limit at which it goes from use permit to you can't get a use permit and it has to be a variance, or it's completely off the table? Like, is there another tier above that?
It's a great question. Definitely appreciate it. Basically, to start with, the maximum you could propose is also related to the maximum you have on your property. So as we currently have been applying this, you can only exceed by 800 square feet. And the capability of an ADU will be dependent on that 800 square feet and potentially any kind of backfill additional square footage you may have on site for floor area limit, building coverage, maybe FAR if you're in R3. But the point is that will define for the lot how large the ADU proposal could be. We would need, for any ADU proposal, apart from this floor area exceedance question to start with, that would all be through a use permit and not a variance. There's no variance path. It's just through a use permit for ADUs. And we've had this in place before, but more importantly, with respect to the floor area limit, for example, or the building coverage, if you propose, say, a 1,200 square foot ADU and you have 400 square feet to spare and you have 800 square feet above that you can exceed, that would be the path for the 1,200 square foot ADU to be feasible for floor area limit, for example. And so that is the one thing that cannot get a use permit. Exceeding beyond that is not possible. And so that's one like hard line. But every other, setbacks, if you wanted a 3-foot side setback, that would be through a use permit. If you proposed, I think a height exceedance could also be through a use permit. So again, if you wanted a 2-story ADU, I think it would be a little more complex, but there is a path where you could request a use permit to exceed whatever the height limit would be relative to the ADU that you're proposing. And so there are things like that in place for these different parameters for ADUs.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, I think my bigger question is, earlier my comment was that my feeling was that, in the last meeting, we expressed some of these comments about, thinking outside the box and really trying to push the envelope. I'm wondering, because I guess looking at the staff report and the list of comments from the Planning Commission, I wouldn't say that's totally reflected in that. So I'm wondering, was the feeling that maybe those comments were not salient enough, or they weren't noticed, or maybe perhaps we're misremembering how those comments were made, or was it that this isn't the right time for that kind of thing? I'm just wondering if you have any reflections on what myself and Vice Chair Silverstein said and Commissioner Dow.
I think maybe just speaking first and foremost to the issue of square footage and the maximum area you can get with ADUs, we have looked to SB 9 as a major pathway for larger sized units. And so through that understanding, we have developed a sense with the comparison with SB 9 regulations that there are ways to get larger second units on site. And in the case of SB 9, technically, if mapping 2 new units with a division of a lot into 2 lots you could also get 2 ADUs on top of that, one each per lot, resulting in 4 units and additional square footage, perhaps, depending on your development of that 4-unit situation, that configuration. And so there was initially that understanding that SB 9 offers a lot of options already without any action from the city. We need to update our SB 9 provisions, but state law is already giving that to us. It is required by state law with what SB 9 currently has been updated to require.
Thank you. Yeah, my question was more, I think, generally just outside of the specific square footage discussion. I think there were comments made, and I gave examples of something I mentioned in the previous meeting that I recall mentioning of like, what if we, give the main house additional square footage if, a second ADU is proposed, or if the ADU is somehow set to like affordable rent levels or something like that. I mean, do you recall any discussion along those lines? It might just sound like I'm, waving my hand here saying, oh, what about the thing I said? But my feeling was that there were multiple things in that vein said by multiple people. And I'm just wondering if that's your recollection, and or if that was discussed and perhaps there's a reason why we're not looking at it.
Definitely appreciate the time on this. And we just want to clarify that what we have worked on and reflected on are what we understand to be the key items of concern, the major issues that came about in the meeting. And so we have tried our best to distill the topics that were brought up by the commission on that night and, reflect on those key items and, provide a response to or updates based on some of those key items. But that was our general distillation of these comments and concerns that were brought up.
Okay, thank you. That's fair. Yeah, so I guess a couple other items that I remember discussing that I'm wondering if staff considered, and maybe there's again like maybe a legal reason why it wasn't added or something else. I do remember a couple of planning commissioners at minimum saying that they would support the idea of at least considering the ability to sell the ADU. There was recently a state law passed that basically said cities could, if they chose, allow folks to sell their ADU separately from the main home. Was that something that was considered to be added to the ordinance?
We've considered it and looked into it. We could definitely work on this as a separate work item for the future. I think it would require additional effort on our end to work that out.
Okay, thanks. And one last one I was wondering about is I do like the, as far as outside the box thinking, I think the 100 extra square feet for accessibility code is pretty cool. That's a nice little bonus. I think in Menlo Park, 100 square feet goes a long way. And I'm wondering if you considered any other similar bonuses or incentives. I know that the accessibility was one of our housing element items, so it makes sense to kind of prioritize that one, but I'm wondering if staff considered any other ones.
We did consider some other factors, but I think in looking closely, we quickly determined that this was really a truly feasible way to achieve some additional square footage and also work towards housing element goals. This felt the most, tangible, but also, realistic in terms of providing it and then seeing people make that happen. And, we landed on the 100 square feet. I think the number itself just feels like a reasonable number. It feels like something that is pretty easy to calculate for folks, but also it's I think respecting that, you would need some additional space, and we want to be a little giving there to make that possible for accessibility.
That makes sense. Thanks. I don't have any other questions for staff. I think my summary of what I heard just now and what I voiced earlier is that I think just my recollection of the meeting and the previous meeting that we had in December was that there were more calls for kind of bolder approaches. And I was really looking forward to this meeting to see some, exciting out of the box ideas. Perhaps some of them wouldn't get filtered to council, some of them would, but they would get rejected, and I would be totally okay with that. I just really want to see us kind of pushing the envelope. I think Vice Chair Silverstein makes a great point that this is not something we do often. And as a planning commission, we often just review individual projects, and that is an important part of what we do, but so is planning. And I think when I think about planning, this is sort of a huge opportunity to reach toward our goals as a city. And at the last meeting, I gave an example of Portland as a city that's got I feel like they're just kind of ahead of where California is. And so they allow people to sell their ADUs. I don't know if it's for the city or the state, but it's allowed. And so there, you see crazy things like, there's a single family home that gets turned into like 10 ADUs and they're sold as small units. I'm not suggesting we go that far, but what if we took one step in that direction, or at least we considered doing so? Because the state has sort of created ADUs as a sort of less friction path to building more housing units. And if you look at all this legislation that's written about it, it always starts out with a proclamation that, there's a housing shortage in California. We need to have more housing, and this is why we're writing this bill. And so even though each ADU legislation might tackle, multifamily properties near transit or single family parking or whatever it may be, as a collective whole, there's clearly an effort being made to add more housing stock in California. And I think if we think about different tiers of government, it's often, the smaller governments that kind of push the envelope on things, and then those get adopted up top. In California, with more recent housing progress, it's kind of been the opposite, where the state is kind of dragging along the smaller jurisdictions because it is a difficult issue, I think, locally. But nonetheless, I do really want to see Menlo Park be one of the places where we do take a stance of local leadership and consider using ADUs, SB9, all the tools available. I don't think it should be, we're not going to do something with ADUs because you can do it with SB9. It should be a menu of things that people can choose from when building on their property. And if there are things that we feel, and I think this is something the Planning Commission is tasked with sort of opining on, if there are things that the Planning Commission thinks would help reach our goals as a city in regards to one of our city goals, I think it should be considered. And so, yeah, I would not support the current proposal, and whether it passes or not, just for future reference, I think what I would like to see, and I don't have a very specific, obvious suggestion, but in general, I think what I would like to see is something that maybe I would say the average person looks at and goes, oh, this is really, like, this city is really trying to make a dent in their housing goals. Again, understanding that ADUs are just a small part of that, but if we're tackling it from all angles, it kind of sets this tone that we're not just going to do it with the bigger projects, we're going to do it with the smaller projects and the medium-sized projects. And I think you've heard some ideas tonight and in the previous meeting, and I'm sure there are other cities and states trying different ways to do it. So I would just ask staff in the future, if this item were to come back or a similar item, to look at more creative ways to add more housing units in Menlo Park to meet our arena goals and to tackle our housing shortage.
Thank you, Commissioner Sill and Commissioner Dope.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll be the first to admit I am not the boldest or biggest thinker on this commission. But listening to Commissioner Sill and Commissioner Silverstein, when I hear like a good idea and I'm like, why wasn't that chosen? So I'm not going to try to tackle the maximum area. I feel like staff has reiterated the position on that, and I don't think I can take that on. But the getting rid of, I'm just going to glom onto two examples that the Vice Chair mentioned, getting rid of parking, because it's already been, we're kind of there with no parking required for a studio and one bedroom. Why not just eliminate the parking requirement? I think I understood that correctly. And also the height limit of 16 feet. When we spoke earlier this afternoon, Mr. Pruder, the rationale was that previously ADUs had been successfully constructed meeting that 16 feet. So it seemed logical to maintain that. Also, it aligns with the state regulation, but to the point that I really appreciate the point that it's not enough for a 2-story and 20-foot one wood. And so rather than looking back at like what worked, doesn't seem to be looking forward versus like if you changed it, what would it allow? Anyway, so I don't know if these things, everything requires so much analysis, and I'm just curious, like getting rid of parking or raising the height limit. I'm sorry if I'm going to make you explain why those things weren't chosen, but I'm going to do it again. I won't ask about the maximum floor area limit. I feel like that's been well covered, but why not going beyond the 16 feet? Why not just get rid of parking? I also appreciate that with the timeline that you're trying to hit, getting for city council, but I'm just putting that aside. Why not going a little further with those two things, for example?
Start with the parking. Thank you for the two-part question, I guess. So with parking, we also acknowledge there are a lot of exemptions that currently exist. It is possible that we can, do away with all parking requirements altogether. But we had, post the study session, gone into the revision work with the impression that, curtailing the parking requirement altogether for a studio and one bedroom is generally going to capture a lot more ADUs that, are smaller in size. But at the same time, a 2-bedroom ADU does exist. It could require parking, but there are a lot of ways that it could be exempted outside of the exemption we created. So it seems as though there may be a limited few ADUs that would maybe have an issue with adding parking. But at the end of the day, the parking requirement that we have is to provide one space on the lot. It could be on a driveway. The driveway width is no more than 9 feet if it's next to a wall, 9.5 feet, excuse me, or 8.5 feet if it's not next to a wall or fence. So providing that with 16.5 foot depth generally is not, to us, seen as difficult as providing 2 new parking spaces in a single family residence that you see with 20 by 10 parking in a garage. So I think I don't want to get too far down the line of the burden of providing the parking space, but providing an ADU parking space to begin with is less cumbersome. And again, I think it is still singling out these larger ADUs in some areas that are not covered by public transit, that are not near a major transit stop. I think geographically it's mainly to the west of the city where this could be an issue. The rest of the city generally would be exempt for a variety of reasons, in addition to if you do a 1-bedroom or a studio ADU. So we felt that covered a lot more of the ADUs. It does not cover 100%. So we acknowledge that, but we had kind of thought through that to get to this point where we thought we could throw in a studio and a 1-bedroom. So moving on to the next point regarding the height issue, Previously, we had required for detached ADUs to have a daylight plane, and that is no longer allowed per state law. But we had a lot of restrictions that were geared towards lessening the impact of the ADU on a neighboring property. We also have closer setbacks than a single family residence, and being at a 4-foot setback on a side for a side property line is seen as very close for neighboring properties. And so it was also a matter of trying to understand how these multiple ADUs on a lot, potentially more than one, if one were to pursue that path, could potentially present impacts to neighboring properties as well. There is a desire to develop more housing and push for this housing, growth as fast as we can. But I think at the same time, there is also an understanding that we want to carefully understand the context within which we're presenting these ADUs and understand that more carefully. So that's where we have this height requirement. We once had more restrictive height and daylight plane requirements and setbacks that were larger than the 4 feet. And so in that context, we've developed something that we think is providing more opportunities for growth. It does not necessarily guarantee a 2-story ADU, but it does provide ample space for an ADU to grow and be built.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but I'll just pull that thought for now. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to quickly follow up on that. Thank you for the response on Commissioner Doe's questions. I think that from my perspective, part of the creativity that Commissioner Sillen might have been alluding to is thinking through the problem of height limits and daylight planes. What if we allow for higher heights, but because it's not state mandated at 4 feet setback, maybe we have a 6-foot setback, and that would be a way for us to creatively allow for higher heights while still mitigating some of these impacts. And I'm not officially recommending that, but that is an opportunity for us to collaborate to solve these problems as opposed to saying, well, a neighbor might not like it, therefore. And then on the parking stuff, I just feel like we're adding confusing codes that requires the tracking of maps and public transit and everything just for an incremental couple % of ADUs that may already have enough parking already if it's already in a place. And so from a simplification standpoint, as well as from a ensuring that we are not precluding those 2-bedroom ADUs, I would very much, I still strongly feel that we should just get rid of it, if for nothing else than just tracking this stuff is complicated, and tracking where transit is and drawing maps and half-mile radii and everything is overly arduous. Commissioner Schindler, did you have a comment?
I do. Every time I come to these meetings, I am inspired by the enthusiasm and passion that my fellow commissioners bring to, it's advancing the general plan and the housing element, but I truly believe that this group really understands and cares deeply about building more housing in this city, helping us do our part to solve California's housing crisis, et cetera. And I appreciate the enthusiasm and the creativity, words that have been used a lot, for thinking about how we might do that. And I hope that everyone here continues to express enthusiasm and creativity and coming up with ideas. That's what actually makes us, hopefully, good at our job. I have been thinking about these updates, which is essentially zoning, right? Zoning is one of the myriad things that the city can do to advance its goals. And in fact, the staff report even talks about all of the components of, what is it, H4, hang on, I've lost my page. Anyways, H4F, I think. And the fact that we need to update the zoning ordinances, there needs to be a program for working with developers to have a standard set of pre-approved plans. There needs to be marketing. We talked about all of these things, right? And those are just some of the tools that the city can use to advance ADUs as a growth. But when I sit here with my planning commission hat on, right, I don't have access to marketing. I don't have access to the other tools, so the marketing hat that the city can play, the develop the program with pre-approved plans that these two companies have submitted applications for. We can work with zoning. And when it comes down to it, we can work with the housing element, we can work with the general plan. And on the planning commission, when someone wants an exception to a line that we've drawn, whether it's parking, or it's the size of an ADU, or it's the facade of something, or it's the permeable space on the lot, like, we're part of the path for there to be an exception to a rule. But we have to have the rules. We have to have the zoning. Like, we have to pick a number at some point, and we have to draw some boundaries, and we have to say these are the zoning requirements that we have for the city. It's a starting point for our dialogue. And then I zoom out and I realize that ADUs, as has been alluded to, are a component of solving the city's housing problems. And I don't think anybody completely followed the numbers that I ran through last week because whatever, it was complicated. But what I want you to take away, what I remember and what I want to reiterate is mathematically, it's not the strongest tool that the city has. It's not. Even if you project forward the run rate on our ADUs for the last couple of years and you projected forward, it's doesn't get us there. It actually doesn't move the needle that much. So when I zoom out and I ask myself the question, okay, if there are 10 tools that the city can use to advance the ADUs, there are 50 tools that the city has at its disposal to solve housing that aren't ADUs. And I believe in the expertise of staff to bring us a strong proposal that is in perspective of all the tools we have to advance the housing goals. It's something that can be managed on an ongoing basis. I don't have any insight into, which of these proposals takes 5 hours to manage and which of these might take 50 hours to manage. And I am willing in most of these cases to make an assumption that staff has used an understanding of their own resource allocations, years, if not decades of history, and putting these particular zoning requirements in the broader context of all the ADU tools and then all of the housing tools. And so while I absolutely appreciate the conflict that we have to push the boundary and we have to advocate, yes, but we are the planning commission and we have, a few of the tools that we get to be part of in the broader suite of all the things the city is trying to tackle. So that is how I get to the point of sort of saying, if this is, if staff has, and that's my final thought, I appreciate that in this dialogue, we've gotten more clarity on but what else did you consider and why not? Why is the number 850? Why not changing the height limit? And I think that's something that may help this particular planning commission get more comfortable with proposals. Is we asked ourselves why not something else, and we wrote it down. So that's feedback just in terms of context. I think that was a good thing that came out during the conversation today. But that is why I am comfortable supporting this proposal as it has been prepared and written here today. That's it.
Love that comment. If for nothing else, because I love healthy debate and discussion. Commissioner Bruzzi.
So I appreciate that perspective. I think it's hard to know whether ADUs could be a bigger part of our strategy because of the limits that we've imposed. And I was just looking up a report from Seattle about what happened after Seattle started allowing sales of ADUs. I think 60% of I don't know if it's just detached ADUs that Seattle was producing are now like condoized, like for sale units. And it's a huge part of their strategy to introduce missing middle housing into neighborhoods that have historically just been getting more and more expensive. And that's a pattern we see in Menlo Park too. We have a lot of land dedicated to single family homes. SB 9 has been so compromised over the years that, it seemed like a good idea. Not much is happening with it. So I am still tantalized by the idea that people could build smaller for sale units on their large lots, especially since some of the folks that are living on those large lots have been living on them for a long time. And yeah, I sort of wish that we had that option at our fingertips. And it probably isn't the kind of thing that you would just shoehorn into this kind of updated ordinance. It probably merits a separate, bigger discussion. But I think it's an extremely important one, like probably more important than the parking. And that would be one thing that I guess I would recommend. I think I would probably vote to support this tonight, but I would ask actually, like as a condition of my support, you can take it or leave it, that you include a list of ideas for council that planning has come up with to push the bound. Like this is sort of administrative in nature. Like here we're squaring the circle with the state right now. The other point I want to make before I forget it, and then I'll circle back to the list, is about the variances that people ask for. The idea that Commissioner Schindler brought up that we have to have some rules. I worry a little bit that before things ever get to us, people might be dissuaded from ever asking us for an exception to the rules. And so it's hard to know whether we would ever have the opportunity to tell somebody, yeah, on your 10,000 square foot lot, I think where you want to build a, little 3-bedroom ADU that you're hoping to rent out, like we would, and it's maybe 1,200 square feet, like we maybe would be okay with that. Sort of seems aligned with our city objectives. I worry it would never get to us. And because we don't see very many things like that. Most things seem to hew very narrowly to the rules that we have already. So those are my comments. I'd love to, I guess I'm sort of splitting the proverbial baby here, but I'd like us to go ahead and approve this, but also include this list of ideas for making our ADU strategy better that council could maybe tackle.
Yeah, Commissioner Ferrick.
Thank you. Just to tag into Commissioner Bersey's comments, I agree. And also I want to first say, Commissioner Schindler, that was stated 100 times better than I was able to articulate, but I totally agree. That was my earlier clumsier attempt was trying to sort of set this context and scale for the problem that we're trying to address here. I also appreciate that we're all aligned, that we all want these to be real units and make this meaningful. On the for sale, it is one of the ideas that the staff report mentioned that we had suggested, page 152, about 2/3 of the way down, one of the bullets, in case you might have missed it in the pretty dense report. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6th bullet down. So I do, and I agree, I don't think it needs to be shoehorned into this ordinance right now. I do think it's worthy of exploration. And then your last comment about, if something isn't by right, is it just by de facto a discouragement from doing it because people are afraid of the process? It's expensive, it's uncertain. If you get to the Planning Commission and they say no, and they don't necessarily know, and the body of this commission might change over time, and maybe it won't be quite as friendly toward housing at some future point. Who knows? So totally think, I agree with that point. So ensuring that we have the right ordinance that does encourage actual ADU units, and, as a future matter of work that I hope that the council will encourage the staff to support us doing or embarking on, is a for sale strategy. My last one was just it's a question for staff, in that I really can't think of more than 5. I mean, really, I can't think of 2, but I'm sure there were more single family homes that we have seen in the last 3 years that didn't have an ADU. So I guess my question is that ratio, like, are you seeing that for the ones that we don't have to see, that are standard lots that aren't here because of, some idiosyncrasy of the size or the property? Like, we're seeing a very high percentage. So I guess my point is, while ambition in this regard is good, I don't know that we're not seeing the intended results. But I'd love to hear if there's different ratio that you're noticing.
Thank you for the question. And to clarify, Commissioner Farrick, you are asking if in the ministerial realm, for projects not requiring planning commission review, we're being asked to clarify whether or not the ratio or maybe concentration of ADUs in the projects are similar for those non-PC related projects. Is that right?
Yeah, and of course you wouldn't have a precise number at the top of your head, but we see a very high percentage of projects that now have ADUs.
I would say anecdotally that it's not as high, although we have a lot of projects that are solely for ADUs. So at the same time, the data probably would still indicate more concentration here for single-family residences, strictly involving new single-family residential development. I think a lot of building permits to this day still focus on one unit at a time. So you might have an ADU project, that's the main focus. Or you might have, someone doing remodel work on their existing home, and they're just doing a little touch up there, or perhaps an addition to their existing home, and it's a little more limited in terms of the scope, but it's focused on the one unit, and it's not necessarily so much always and an ADU every time. So I think I would generally think that it's a little less of a concentration.
Thanks, that's helpful context. Just anecdotally, I have one that we've added, didn't need to come here. My neighbor had one added, didn't have to come here. The other thing I would mention or offer up is, I think one of the biggest hurdles to doing this is the cost, and it's not something we can control through this ordinance. Just to add some, modest number of square feet of new square footage is super expensive. So it's not something every family, every homeowner across the community is able to do, even if there's a business opportunity to be had, like selling it or something. It still requires an investment, and that's just a whole big project to manage. So anyway, I guess my point being, thank you for voicing over kind of my general sentiments. Thank you for the staff report, and I also want to see this progress. I have no doubt that through our comments tonight and our liaison and the staff, that the council will understand our ambitions to make sure that we are doing everything we can do to advance housing in the community in all the ways, including through this ordinance. And this is where it lands now, but our work isn't done. That's what I would say.
I'm going to make a motion to recess, because we've been meeting and chatting for a while, and would propose that we reconvene at 9:55, but would like a second.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Motion passes. Ms. Roy, are we back on Zoom?
How about now? I think, yeah, it should.
Thanks, Monica. I can hear everything now.
And before staff answers that, I just want to restate for the record that Commissioner Peruzzi asked a question to staff about the consequences and potential ramifications of eliminating parking minimums under all circumstances as opposed to just the enumerated ones in the proposal.
So as Mr. Pruder mentioned, I think staff has evaluated parking and was looking at it from the constraints that with the overnight parking prohibition in Menlo Park and ensuring that, larger ADUs did have the parking provided. That being said, certainly the Planning Commission this evening can provide a recommendation with their the resolution this evening to direct that parking be removed. That then staff will forward that to the City Council for its consideration.
Thanks. So you mentioned in the report that we'd all talked about the for sale units, about adopting, sorry, which one was it? AB, thank you, 1033. which other municipalities in the Bay Area have done. Did they do that was it a big separate public process when they did that, or was it also sort of an updated ADU ordinance that they did?
We would have to research that more. We just have an understanding that some jurisdictions have this on the books already. But in terms of going into a little more of a research effort to determine how those were adopted, we'd have to do more research on that.
Through the chair, if I may just add one more thing to that. So the city's subdivision ordinance, Title 15 of the municipal code, would regulate subdivisions, whether those are condos or for sale in this instance of ADUs through the condo mapping process. So that would be through a separate title of the municipal code. So it wouldn't be part of Title 16, this zoning ordinance amendment. So that would be a separate effort as mentioned in the staff report for many reasons, but one of them being it's a whole different title of the municipal code.
As a follow-up question, would that pertain to SB 9 and the subdivisions related to SB 9? And would that be either included in or a fast follow to that conversation?
Let's see. So good question. I think it is still separate from SB 9. And SB 9 actually has two components to it. There is the Title 15 component, which is the lot split component. And then there is the Title 16, the zoning component. And so as Mr. Pruder alluded to earlier, there is a study session planned. And spoiler alert for my informational items, it's at the next Planning Commission meeting on April 27th regarding SB 9 amendments to the zoning ordinance side of that, not necessarily Title 15 per se.
Okay, another question. Did we consider, I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but we have some really large lots in our city, especially in the western part of our city, 10,000, even 20,000 square foot lots. Did we ever consider allowing larger ADUs on larger lots?
We have looked into the size differential and landed on those that we've listed in the ordinance now. And we were not necessarily looking at there are some lots that are much larger, considerably larger, as you've described. But we did not necessarily look at a singular approach to giving different priorities or capabilities for those lots. And knowing that SB 9 is there, knowing that other opportunities are there for the site to develop, it is true that these sites also would have a much larger FAL potentially, so they could have a lot more square footage of, accessory buildings and other types of buildings on site that are not ADUs as well. So there are a lot of points there to be made, but we could certainly look into that more. But we had not necessarily tried to diversify based on zoning and lot sizes, different approaches for different types of ADUs, knowing that ADUs intrinsically are a certain type of unit. I think the types of units you're getting at are more like, if you have a 2,000 square foot unit on an RE lot that's, 20,000 square feet, proportionally that feels a little more maybe appropriate for that particular lot. But again, we were looking at ADUs for the city as a whole and not necessarily creating some separate ratio system for these larger zoning districts.
And that's fair. I think I was just reading a story about a guy who, when San Jose allowed people to sell ADUs, there was somebody who had an unusually large lot, and he was able to build a 1,200 square foot ADU and sell it. And I was just thinking, wow, like if I were somebody with a similar lot in our city right now, I wouldn't imagine that would be available to me because our ordinance would say 1,000 square feet. Right. So I'm just trying to figure out where we can, again, push the envelope a little bit so that people can have an idea of what's possible. Maybe they won't do it, but.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. I think that, I always appreciate Commissioner Schindler and the way she voices things at a high level. I tend to be like an in the weeds guy, so I appreciate stepping back and thinking about holistically what's happening here. I guess one thing that I feel different about is that I'm not personally satisfied by the explanation of why certain things weren't considered. Part of it, I think, is maybe a difference of a recollection of the sentiment presented in the study session. And hearing the comments from other commissioners tonight, it's, we didn't vote that night, so it was just people talking. And so potentially if we had voted, maybe it wasn't a general sentiment that we all agreed upon, and that's fine. But in terms of I heard commissioners asking, for example, why did we choose to limit or only allow no parking for studio and one bedroom? And what I heard is that, because there are other ways, there are other exemptions in the city and you can park in the driveway and we have overnight parking. Why did we not consider increasing the height limit, impact to neighboring properties is what I heard. Why limit square feet? Because there are other options such as SB 9. So to me, those are, I guess, again, I think it just goes back to the mindset. So if the mindset is let's get aggressive, let's think outside the box, I don't think those are great reasons. If the mindset is sort of, what can we push on a little bit, then I think what we ended up with here tonight is okay. And I would accept those reasons. So I think part of it just comes down to how we view what we're doing with this ordinance and the perhaps direction given by the Planning Commission at the previous meeting. And in terms of presenting to council, I do think there's sort of an anchoring effect that happens if we sort of come in with, I would call it, sort of the basic stuff with a few little goodies versus something more aggressive, and then council has to sort of walk some of it back based on, their views. It kind of reminds me of, I think, a famous example, I think it was in Freakonomics, of changing the organ donor option to opt out versus opt in, and how when people had to opt out of being an organ donor rather than opting in, a lot more people chose to become an organ donor. Not, no opinion on whether that was a good or bad thing, but if you want something done, then you should sort of present as this is what we're doing, and then someone has to say, no, we're not. And so I think, yes, people can always apply for a use permit or variance if they want something sort of outside the box. But again, it's another example of anchoring, where if we say certain things are allowed, then I do think it sort of creates this idea that this is loud. And I'm sort of arguing that another anchoring point is, yes, there are many other tools that that the city has to incentivize housing. And perhaps ADUs are not one of the strongest ones. But if we sort of set the tone that every housing related thing we look at, since it's a higher priority for the city, we try to really push on it, I think that would be a good way to go. And so if when we're doing long-term planning, changes to zoning code, I do think that's a good place to set a flag. And I do understand the concern that we could push too far and it could go all the way through and get approved. And then we start seeing projects come through and all of a sudden residents go, whoa, 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 what is this tall ADU right next to my fence? Like a neighbor. Or whoa, whoa, what are these cars doing on the street? There's not enough parking. So it could be that we make a mistake. Or it could be that people that don't pay attention to what we're doing later get upset. But I don't think that's a reason not to do it. I think that's a reason to continue to push forward and change direction after. We can always change the code after the fact. And yeah, I think it just comes back to the fact that our goal as a city is to add more housing. It continues to be a top priority for council at their priority setting meetings. I think I've heard it as a top priority for many people on the commission. So that's kind of, I think I am sort of stepping back and just looking at this as a kind of a bigger conversation rather than going, for each item, what what are we doing or not doing. So having said all that, I do have a question for staff. So I know we're not the approving body on this item. So I'm wondering, so I know there's an option to approve the resolution as is. There's an option to approve the resolution with comments. If we don't approve the resolution to recommend to the city council to approve the ordinance, does the ordinance still go to council and it just comes with a note that the planning commission did not recommend approving it and perhaps the reasons why? Or does it then have to come back to planning commission until we adopt a resolution recommending that it's approved? I'm just wondering what the options before us tonight are.
Before staff answers that, and I would love to hear the answer, my recommendation, or at least what I would move before we reject it outright, would be to continue this item. Because if it's going to, if we can't agree and it's going to have to come back and we have specific feedback for staff, then we can continue it to another date, and that would be no slower than rejecting it outright. And so I still want to hear the answer to the question in terms of the procedure, but my preference would be to continue it, revisit this conversation, maybe with more time or with some updates, that specific pointed updates that we actually recommend, and then we can take it from there.
I would be happy to defer to staff on this, but I would point out that we are still on a deadline to get this adopted for HCD. So I would advise that we reach a decision today, and knowing that we have, April, May, it needs to go for a first reading in May. So we're really up against that deadline. As to the question about what happens if you don't recommend it, it would still go to council. You can, the comments, it would go to council with the comments.
If I may, through the chair. In other words, to elaborate, we would speak in the staff report to the meeting and the minutes and how this discussion led to a denial by the recommendation for denial, but we would still present it to the council to make their decision. Either they take your recommendation and deny the project, or perhaps proceed a different path. But they're able to do so at the meeting itself.
And that would be the case if we rejected or continued, or if we continued with that delay, that timeline. I understand timelines are hard, but just curious.
So as the city attorney mentioned, I think this evening a decision is the recommendation. So if the planning commission can either recommend the council adopt the ordinance, recommend the council adopt it with modifications that can be enumerated, that staff can then forward and incorporate, and or recommend denial of the ordinance. Continuance does, as the city attorney mentioned, it gets a little problematic from a timing standpoint, given the 6 months that we're working on.
I have some other comments to other commissioners, but I do want to say that I find this tight timeline that we're working on to be unfair to us as commissioners. And like I mentioned, we are dealing with something that we revisit maybe once in a decade. We are dealing with something that is very complex, that has nuance, and to feel like we have to make a decision one way or another, and we don't have any opportunity to revisit, to give feedback, to revise, to go back to the drawing board. I know we're doing some of that right now, but it is unfortunate, and I don't know specifics on what could have been done ahead of time to avoid this specific issue, but I find it to be, I use the word unfair. I find it to be unfair to our deliberation to force an issue that does have this level of not only complexity, but in theory permanence. And if we can't, as the 7 or 6 people tasked to give a formal recommendation to City Council. If we can't coalesce around a recommendation, to just say that the only recommendation is none, and not give us that opportunity to revisit things and try again, seems unfortunate. Commissioner Dill.
Thank you, Vice Chair. If I may, not to call out Commissioner Baruzzi, but I recall at one point, and I don't know if you still are, wanted to maybe suggest a motion with a list of bullet points that themes were coalescing around. And so I don't know if that's still relevant, because maybe that's something that other commissioners could work against or with, if you have that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I think my preference for tonight personally would be that we come up with modifications, recommended modifications. We did have a study session back in December, so this is not the first time this has come up. And we've had a few months where we could have done a lot more research if we wanted to on our own. So I'm not feeling as slighted by the timeline. And I do really want to keep us on schedule with HCD, bigger picture. So the modification that I personally would like to see us explore is a removal of the parking limit. I'm also curious, and I'm wondering if there's any appetite for this, and this gets complicated, but I understand that the main objection to like a 16-foot or more than 16-foot ADU is if it's 4 feet from somebody else's fence. But some people have really big lots, and they may want to build a 16 or 20-foot ADU that's 10 feet away or 15 feet away. Is that something that can we explore, allowing more height, about the same amount of height that we would allow for a residence, if it has more conventional residential setbacks? Can we I would like to see that added. And I would like to make a really strong recommendation, even though it's a different building code, that council explore the condoization idea of ADUs. I would also be willing to see us push up multi-family, multi-bedroom units to 1,200 square feet, but I don't know if there's support for that. So those would be my things.
I want to respond to some of the, we've all been going around, so it might have seemed like a while ago. I want to respond to some of the comments that some other commissioners made. For Commissioner Baruzzi, the idea that if we passed this proposal that staff recommends formally, that then the Planning Commission recommends formally, with a footnote of, by the way, we also think that you should consider these other things and give that to City Council, I have a very hard time imagining that would pass. So if we want to generate a list of recommendations, that needs to be the proposal.
Yes.
Fair. Sorry. Yeah, I thought the initial time you spoke about that concept was, let's pass this as is, and then add a comment that, by the way, we also had other ideas. And I think that would not be useful in any way.
My thinking has evolved because the staff mentioned list with modifications.
Fair enough.
That.
Yes.
And by the way, the one reason I'm not excited about continuing this is because I worry that, last time we saw something really big was like a couple weeks ago, and staff had to go present to council the very next night, and they did not really have a chance to incorporate all of our feedback into the report to council. So I want to give them the leeway to do that.
To be clear, I also do not want to continue this, but I care more about getting it right than I care about getting it now. And that's hard. That's not an obvious answer. And I think in general, we ought to care more about getting it right. But there are obviously ramifications and timelines and everything. And so hopefully we can do that. But to Commissioner Schindler's two comments, one was about exceptions, and the theoretical purpose, or one of the purposes of the Planning Commission, is to be that exception grantor, where if you need a use permit, almost by definition, that's an exception, and we have that opportunity. I agree that that is a path, but I entirely agree with Commissioner Brucey that if something is not explicitly allowed, there is a chilling effect of what people propose, what people envision, what they even conjure up in the first place, and potentially what staff would then even recommend to be granted an exception or a use permit in front of the Planning Commission. And I strongly believe that the culture I would like to espouse of the Menlo Park housing plan, which we've written down very explicitly in our housing element, which City Council has stated for multiple years is a top priority, that our culture is to go farther than the minimum. And I understand this isn't the strongest tool, and maybe it can be stronger, and I understand that we don't have all of the power, but for the power that we are granted by the state and by the city, we have the opportunity to leverage that. And it might be small, and it might be a drop in the bucket, or it might be 10 drops, or a cup in our bucket metaphor. I think it's twofold. Is one, what can we do to incrementally improve the problem and make progress? But I do strongly believe in the concept of this culture, and the culture of when we're discussing these, that we don't start from the minimum, but we start from something that is significantly higher than that. And Commissioner Sillen mentioned that we might make mistakes, and I don't want to make mistakes, but for the last 30 to 60 years, I would argue that we've been making the mistake of not building enough housing. And we have made that every single year, including till today. And we still are not building enough housing until potentially all of our various projects come online. And if we have to make a mistake, and I wouldn't recommend doing it, but if we have to make a mistake, why not just once in the last 60 years, we try to make the mistake too far, and then we can revisit and we can revise and we can curtail things. But we've never even tried. And we've never gone so far to have any other city. There's no article being written about how Menlo Park improved housing because of all the ADUs that they're building. And there could be. I genuinely believe that there could be. And it's not going to fix everything, but it will fix some things. And so I don't want to continue it. I don't want to reject this, but I'm not going to vote yes unless there are specific changes made. We can talk about those in a minute, but I do have some follow-up questions for staff. Specific questions are on, there's a provision that we would grant amnesty to ADUs up to 2023. Is there a reason why we picked 2023 and when the housing element passed and not 2026 or right now, or when we're making this change today, or when City Council adopts it?
Thank you for the question. Initially, we had chosen a later date, not as late as today or this year, but we had felt that the housing element date was more in alignment with the housing element adoption, and a lot of the continuity of that moment and moving forward, having, kind of a cutoff then felt more appropriate.
But if there's an ADU that upon this amendment adoption would be legal under the new laws, but was built in 2024, it would not be legal. Is that correct? The way that things are currently written?
I don't think it would have the amnesty provisions allowable. That's correct.
So that's something that just confuses me on why we would take something that we, by definition, by passing this amendment, have deemed to be allowable, but based on when it happened to be. It's like if someone committed a crime that then now is no longer legal, they wouldn't say that there were specific dates upon committing the crime that you don't get out of jail. And so I'm wondering why we care about setting any date in the past. And there might be a genuine reason.
Maybe I can respond because I think I might want to clarify a few things if that's appropriate. So the amnesty is specific to an ADU that was built without the benefit of a permit and wouldn't meet the zoning requirements. So like The amnesty actually allows provisions where it doesn't have to meet setbacks by state law or local law, right? So there's a lot of flexibility granted amnesty. I think what I heard from the vice chair was if a unit that was built in 2024 and complies with the current code that we're potentially adopting in the near future, that would just need a building permit to be legalized. Does that help?
Yes, that clarifies it. Thank you. Okay. My next question.
Actually, if I could just jump in, I apologize.
Please.
Just to clarify, the amnesty does require, certain specific requirements for like life safety, health and safety, but just
Makes
just
sense.
yeah.
Yes, want to make sure safety is paramount. My next question and potential recommendation that we haven't discussed yet is the concept of impact fees. And as I understand it, there would be no impact fees assessed to an ADU less than 750 square feet, and there would be above that threshold. My first question is, can you give me an example of an impact fee and what the order of magnitude is? And are we talking about tens of dollars or hundreds or thousands of dollars? And I believe it scales with the square footage of the ADU. But also, as I was doing research on this, eliminating impact fees entirely is a incentive to build more ADUs. And I'm wondering if that was considered and why we wouldn't do that. Thank you.
I'm going to take the second part first, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Pruder to talk about the applicability of impact fees. Waiving impact fees is really not in the purview of the Planning Commission. So that just really shouldn't be part of the consideration this evening.
Reasonable.
The general approach regarding the numbers on the impact fees is really predicated on state law and just initially aligning with that. So we had looked at a lot of other components. I don't think, again, with impact fees, to Mr. Parada's point, we did not feel like that was a front and center item that we wanted to necessarily tweak for this ordinance.
Okay. And then my last clarifying question is, it was mentioned that the one thing you can never get a use permit for is exceeding the floor area limit. And there was, Mr. Pruder, you mentioned that there's like the allowable square footage plus 800. Was 800, is that a fixed number, or is that a placeholder for the allowed ADU size? For example, if you have a 2-bedroom ADU that's 1,000, are you now allowed the allowable primary plus 1,000 for floor area ratio, or is that 800 figure set in stone?
The 800 square foot value is effectively set in stone as an allowed exceedance, and it's based on the 800 square foot guaranteed allowance initially. A lot of the ADU provisions involve 800 square feet. So there's a lot of continuity there with that number. And I think, looking at the two scenarios, if you take the state ADU path, you are given an 800 square foot exceedance. For the detached ADU, the new detached ADU, if you take the local ADU path, same thing. For a local type ADU, one time, 800 square foot exceedance. However, if there is more square footage you are allowing on your lot, and you're not maxing out your primary residence or building accessory buildings, sheds, other things, you could have something larger as long as that difference still results in no more than 800 square feet exceeding. And we've used that number that aligns with a lot of the state law, details on exceedance and allowance. And so that's where that's coming from. We did take it a little further with the 900 square feet regarding the accessibility type ADU. That is beyond by 100 square feet. And that, again, would allow 900 square feet only in that context. And so that is one difference there, but that kind of sums it up.
Thank you. 2 follow-ups. One is just a clarification of my understanding. So even if our ADU ordinance allows 1,000 square foot ADU or a 1,200 square foot ADU, if you have maxed out your single family residence in terms of square feet, you are unable to build more than 800 square foot as it stands.
That is correct.
Thank you. My follow-up question is, do we tonight have the ability to change that 800 and or make it dynamic per the size of the ADU allowable? So basically, what I'm suggesting is, can we allow someone to build the maximum allowable ADU irrespective of however many square feet their primary residence happens to have?
In theory, the answer is yes.
Thank you. Okay, so to bring things back, because I don't want this to take all night, as I mentioned initially, I wouldn't be comfortable voting in favor of the current proposal. However, we've been discussing some things that maybe we can coalesce around, and maybe we'll get unanimity, or maybe we'll have some specific disagreements. And for the purpose of at least tracking this, I would like to discuss elements independently, figure out how much straw poll support there is for those individual elements to be included in a formal recommendation, and then include those. And so, in theory, if there's a commissioner who is supportive of some of those provisions, when the final proposal comes around and the final motion comes around, they might say, well, the confluence of these various things they're not comfortable with, and they might vote no on it. But hopefully, at least to some extent, we can discuss specific provisions that we're interested in and would be able to come to some formal recommendation from that. So with that being said, I'm going to start with at least the one that's been discussed the most, I believe, which is parking minimums. And multiple commissioners have mentioned expressing desire to eliminate parking minimums, sometimes for the simplicity or for the incentive of building more multi-bedroom ADUs. But in general, is there agreement that our recommendation in terms of our motion tonight would include no parking minimums in the proposal? And I'm just generally looking for general assent. Okay, I'm going to put that in bold. The next thing that was discussed was height limits. And the way that we could potentially tackle height limits is it could be a blanket height limit. I know there are different restrictions relating to distance to a major transit stop. But as Commissioner Abruzzi mentioned, you in theory could also have a dynamic height limit, which would be a function of the setback as well. If one of the major pushbacks of having a two-story ADU is that the setback required for said two-story ADU is less than the setbacks we require for a primary residence, in theory, we would be able to merge those, or at least get closer, in order to ensure that some people, if they do have enough space, would be able to build a two-story ADU without encroaching or disturbing their neighbors as much. And if you didn't have the space, and you only truly wanted to abut the fence within 4 feet, then maybe your height limit would stay at the existing height limits. Between the three options of, I want height limits to stay exactly as is, I want height limits to go way up regardless, or not necessarily way up, like higher than currently mentioned regardless, or the middle ground of having some form of dynamic, and it's not going to be truly dynamic. I mean, we would set maybe 2 thresholds, I'm thinking. I guess my question is, are people interested in the dynamic concept of allowing higher heighted ADUs if the setback is further from 4 feet? And if people aren't, then I would love to hear whether or not, yeah.
I don't think we should mess with setbacks. I think that's sort of the most consistent and most protective. And so getting into an algebraic equation that says you can go up 2 feet if you come in 2 feet, like I don't know that we're the body to make that recommendation, certainly not here tonight. So I don't think I could get comfortable with doing a trade-off between those two metrics. And I do just want to remind us of the principle of, like, and multiple times we've said, if we, between the state level ordinance and the local level ordinance, right? Simplicity of sticking with the state level ordinance is a safe, well, we've discussed that as being a good thing, or at least a simpler thing. So let's keep that in mind as an option too.
Commissioner Baruzzi.
Quick idea on this one. I've never really understood why you get an extra 2 feet if you live a half mile from transit. I mean, if what we're saying about height is that it's problematic because of a setback reason, that's going to be true whether or not somebody lives closer to Caltrain, right? And we've talked about the difficulties of mapping transit stops and things. So could we just consider 18 feet regardless of whether it's within? I get that this is violating the principle that Commissioner Schindler just suggested, but for local ADUs, would anybody be interested in considering bumping it up to 18 feet?
So I don't agree with the principle that state is most simple. I think it's the most simple for us to pass because it takes the onus off of us and we can just say, well, the state said so, therefore. But I think in terms of writing the code itself, it is less simple, as noted, where we can just pick a height and the height is the height. And we don't need to map out transit or do anything. And we could pick 18 or we could pick something higher than 18. And the reason I think about that is I just would love to understand if building a second story at 18 feet is reasonable. And I know that some ceilings at 9 feet is totally fine, but then you also always have buffer space and ceilings and insulation and floors and everything like that. So if people feel like an 18-foot height limit is totally fine to build that second story, I agree with the general principle that we shouldn't necessarily be in the business of mapping to transit stops as if we can simplify it. And also, there's not a setback issue there. And the setbacks are the setbacks regardless of where you live in that regard. And also, the transit stops are always changing.
Can I clarify? If we had it on the advice of staff that 18 feet doesn't get you a second story, which I don't think it does, would we still pursue it? Okay. Does 18 feet give you 2 stories?
It depends. Yes, you could. I mean, there's minimum height requirements for habitability, right? From a building code standpoint, it would be tight with foundation and the floor plates between the levels and the roof. But in theory, there could be a design that gets that to 2 stories, or at least a loft-like development. So, yeah, can't really answer that.
Yeah, I would prefer 20 because of the 2-story question. But if it's a question of should we just do the state minimum or should we pick 18, I would rather 18. And yeah, so I would love to hear what other people have to say. Commissioner Sillen.
I just have a quick question for staff, through the chair, if I may. Whatever our list is right now that we're working on, if we vote on a resolution and we have this list of, I guess, recommendations for council, is it correct that staff will, between now and when it's presented to council, staff will not be modifying the ordinance in any way, correct? The ordinance as is going to council, and the things on our list tonight are going to be basically in the staff report. And if council wants to, for example, even something as simple as removing parking minimums across the board to something more complicated like dynamic height changes based on setbacks, like that's something council will essentially have to like dictate into their adoption of the ordinance, saying like we adopt the ordinance with these following specific changes. Is that correct?
Thank you for your question on that one, Commissioner Sillen. So basically, a couple things. We would incorporate the changes actually into the ordinance per what the commission provides this evening. And if there's some reason that something cannot feasibly be provided in the ordinance, we will provide a reason and explanation for that. But by and large, the main premise here is that we would have to edit the ordinance that we've presented today into a new version that goes to council at the next meeting for council.
Okay, thank you. And in order to do that, do you need us to be like pretty specific as far as what we want edited? Like can we give direction to, I guess something akin to what I was referring to in the December meeting where we said, let's go bold and think of ideas to incentivize ADUs and like, let's find a way to, incentivize building 2 ADUs instead of 1. Like, I assume you're looking for something a lot more specific than that with like concrete numbers to incorporate. Is that right?
In general, yes. If there's a clear edit, that's where staff can make that edit, incorporate it, and explain to the council the commission's recommendation. If it's a much broader topic to look into, staff will certainly evaluate that and potentially edit the ordinance, or as Mr. Pruder mentioned, if there's a recommendation not to amend the ordinance for a reason, we would explain that recommendation to the council. But this is what the Planning Commission recommended, and this is why it's not incorporated. But in general, this evening, some clear specifics like the remove the parking minimums. That's pretty straightforward. Dynamic height limit, exploring a dynamic height limit would be something we could explore, but it would be much more difficult for staff to, input that in the ordinance, and I'll say accurately capture the sentiments of the commission in that sense.
Okay, thank you. I realize I'm derailing, and I just want to make one final comment and then return to the height limit discussion. I think what I heard from the city attorney and from staff is that there is a bit of a time crunch with HCD to get in line with a lot of the state legislation that's been passed since we've last adopted an ordinance like in 2020. And I do not want to be, one of the city commission members that goes like, oh, screw them, let's just do whatever we want. I definitely want to make sure we're legally compliant. We're not getting any more letters. On the other hand, I also recognize what Commissioner Vice Chair Silverstein was saying earlier, that it does feel, I would say, unfortunate that we're on such a time crunch for such an important issue. So perhaps, and I'm sensing what staff's intention was like, okay, we need to get in line with the state code. Why don't we also take this opportunity to kind of revisit ADUs in general and make a few tweaks? And then here we are, or here I am basically saying like, no, we want to do bigger things. And then we're saying we don't have time for that. So I think in the future, perhaps it could be split into 2 separate paths where we kind of quickly pass something that just like, does everything need to be done to get in line with the state requirements, but at the same time, we have more time to explore kind of other changes we want to make at the local level outside of what the state is requiring. And the reason I'm saying that is because, especially at this hour, I'm having trouble thinking of like very specific, concrete things that I want to change in the ordinance that are in line with what I was hoping to see. I guess what I was hoping to have tonight is like a bunch of proposals from staff that are like, researched and interesting and feasible. And then we'll be choosing from those, since at least for the things I want to see, I'm not seeing that. I could come up with some things off the top of my head, but I think they'd be unlikely to be, quickly incorporated, require a lot more discussion here with us and with staff, et cetera. So that's just something maybe to throw out there for these future meetings about SB 9 or what have you. Getting back to heights, I'm a little bit on the fence because I do think having 2 stories would be nice, but I also understand that, it is sort of, I guess, 2 stories right up, 4-foot setback from a fence line. That feels aggressive. So I'm a little bit on the fence, and 18 feet is also kind of interesting. I remember we had a ADU project where I think the architect said that 20 feet was like almost impossible. So similar to what Mr. Prada said. So I do think it would have to be 20 feet, and I'm having trouble deciding which way I would go with that. So back to you guys.
Commissioner Dill.
Yeah, I just, I think Mr. Parada kind of touched upon it too, like limited parking. Yeah, explore condomization. Yeah. And I think on this height limit, I also agree. We want to be simple. I liked the idea of this rolling setback thing. And then I was like, no, simplicity. So I would, for that one, I think opt out, and I would stick with the, what's in the staff report for that one. I just feel like, I feel like that was just trickier to kind of do at the 11th hour.
Do you feel like we should have different height limits based on your proximity to Caltrain? Because that's what the proposal is.
I thought I was going up to 20.
No, sorry. What's written in the staff report has different height limits based on your proximity to transit.
Yes. But no, I think it's arbitrary, but I thought we were saying 18 couldn't fit a second story, and so we were going to 20. And I'm saying instead of...
But we could just say 18. We could just say 18 and then not worry about transit ever. Because 18 is the limit for transit, and then 18 would be the limit for anywhere else, and it doesn't even matter. And we don't go to 20, and you build your loft or nothing.
Not practicing. Yes. I think for that one, I was just sticking with the simplicity. So whatever's most simple for someone looking at the rules.
Okay, so between 18-foot global, or not global, citywide limit versus the limit based on your proximity to public transit of either 16 feet or 18 feet, I guess I'll ask for a general show of hands of people who would prefer the staff report version of having different limits based on different, or as I guess state minimum, different limits based on proximity.
Through the chair, could I, before you do the straw poll here, can I just clarify that there would still be a differentiation between a state ADU and a local ADU? So the 18 feet that you're talking about, or whatever number you, that would not apply citywide. And so if it's a state ADU, that would still have the 16, 18, 20. We would not be modifying that or amending that. That's a state law. We wouldn't be changing that. This would only be for local ADUs subject to Government Code 66314.
Sorry, yes, totally acknowledge that all of our discretion is within the purview of local ADUs. But right now, as written, the local ADUs would also have that dynamic, not necessarily dynamic, but the variable height limit. And we don't need that. Is that correct? I mean, right, we could standardize that for the local ADUs.
Well, I want to turn this to our city attorney, who's here as well, who I think wants to maybe answer that as well before I opine any further.
I would just add that what is in 66314, or what is in the city's ordinance, is exactly what's in 66314. So it's 16 feet for in state law. So it's 16 feet for a detached accessory dwelling unit with an existing primary dwelling, 18 feet for, the half a mile, and 18 feet for a detached with an existing or proposed multifamily, and then 25 feet for attached. So you can consider the 18 feet to apply maybe to more ADUs, but there is that 25 feet for attached accessory dwelling units, or whichever is lower per the underlying zone. So everything that is in the ordinance is in state law, including the half a mile, 18 feet height allowance. And we can't like the height, the 25 feet, we can't go 25 feet or the underlying zone. We can't change that as long, we have to maintain that at least.
Yes, sorry, I was not precise. My goal in talking about this would just be to raise, at any given point, we would require a 16-foot height limit to just make that a baseline 18-foot in order to simplify that, acknowledging that that only applies to local and state is going to state regardless of what we do, and we can never go below the state limits under any circumstances. And so with that in mind, I guess the question that I've posed to the commissioners is would we rather just stick with state, which does have, for which the local ADUs would still have that different height based on proximity to transit, or would we rather simplify our local ADU height restrictions under those circumstances and say 18 regardless. Commissioner Doe.
Sorry, I'm going to say, based on what Mr. Parada said, if I don't think on a website, ultimately, a resident's going to be looking at state mandated versus local. It's just going to be like, do I want to detach? Do I want to attach? So I do think simpler is still staying with that 16, 18, 20, even though the 16, 18, we can make the cases arbitrary. But I feel like if we say it's only 18 for local, 16, 18, 20, it's not simpler, because I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, if I were designing the website for ADUs, I wouldn't distinguish between state and local. I don't think that really makes a difference to someone building an AD. I wouldn't organize information in that way for a public facing. So that's just my.
Commissioner Sillen.
I just want to clarify something, and I remember bringing this up at the last meeting too, which is like in the HCD handbook, there's one line that talks about square footage, and it's in the Q&A section. The question is, can maximum unit sizes exceed 1,200 square feet for ADUs? And it says, yes, maximum unit sizes can exceed 1,200 square feet for ADUs through the adoption of a less stringent local ADU ordinance. State ADU law does not limit the authority of local agencies to adopt less restrictive requirements for the creation of ADUs. And I realize we're talking about heights and not square feet, but I was always under the impression that a city could provide more height than what the state requires as a minimum. It's just not, we can't go below. So could we not say that, yes, the state ADUs, the minimum is 16 feet, but we're willing to go higher than that? Just want to double check on that.
So I might look to our city attorney as well, but in general, our practice with this ordinance is to not amend or modify Government Code 66323. There's some very limited exceptions in the staff report, but we've been very mindful of not modifying Government Code 66323. And so with that, I might turn over to Miriam to bail me out if needed here.
No, that's correct. 66323B prohibits any standard that is not in 66323, and that this includes the height. So I would, for state ADUs, I would keep it exactly what's in 66323. Of course, you could go up to 18 feet for 66314, as you were discussing, which is more permissive.
And the implication is, if you would want to take advantage of the 16 to 18 foot gap, then you would convert yourself from a state ADU to a local ADU.
It would depend, I suppose. I mean, that's one outcome, but I would defer to, it just depends on how the facts shake out. So
hypothetically, couldn't we just have like a state plus ADU that is the exact same as the state mandated ADU plus the additional 2 feet in height? And so basically nobody would go for this ADU because we have this state plus version. Just as an idea.
Yeah, we can do lots of things that are more permissive than state minimums. They're minimums, but we'd have to decide to do that. Okay. I'm getting the impression that there is not consensus on increasing the heights beyond what the state mandate or the state minimum is. If other people feel strongly that they want to fight for higher minimums, then feel free to speak about that. But otherwise, I'll move on. Commissioner Schindler.
Yes, I support leaving local at the state numbers.
If I could just request, I mean, I know we like to all agree on everything, but I don't think we need full consent for each thing. So maybe we could do like a straw, a hand vote or something for each item.
Yeah, I'm not looking for unanimity. I'm looking for general consensus of 3 to 4 commissioners at least. And again, if someone wants to fight for including this, I plan on making a final resolution. If someone wants to fight for including height limits, then I guess we'll table that until I get through at least the next thing that I want to talk about. Otherwise, I wouldn't include it because it doesn't seem like enough people are fighting for that. The next thing I want to talk about is the concept of total square footage. And
through the chair, if I could just take this between the two items to pause. We're at 10:55. Meeting is scheduled till 11. So if the commission could make a motion second to extend it to a certain new time after 11, unless you feel we can get through this in 5 minutes.
I move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous vote. Thank you. So the next thing I want to talk about is square footage and the related topic of floor area limits. As per the discussion with city staff, I think that given that we want to allow for ADU size to be the ADU size, I would very much not want to have a restriction of total floor area limit be any lower than what is allowed for the ADU. And as it currently stands, if I'm allowed to have 1,000 square foot ADU or anything beyond 800 feet that we choose to allow, I wouldn't be able to do so if I'm currently tapped out on my primary residence. And I think that violates the spirit of what we're attempting to do. So I'd like to have a conversation around total square feet. But before we do that, does that make sense? And I guess I want to ask staff if that's complicated to implement or relatively straightforward. And then we can talk about whether or not commissioners agree with me in having ADU square feet be ADU square feet, regardless of what primary resident happens.
I am unclear on what you're proposing.
So, okay, let me clarify. Right now, as it stands, is we have a hard cap of total square footage on your property of the allowable square foot for primary residence plus 800 square feet. So if I'm just going to use a number of 2,000 plus 800, which means my total allowable square feet under no circumstances can go above 2,800. If under this ordinance, I am able to build 1,000 square foot ADU because it has 2 bedrooms and I can do it and I want to do it. But if my primary residence is 2,000 square feet, I am unable to do so. I am capped. My ADU is capped because of that total floor area limit across both structures. It is my position that ADU size should be ADU size. And if we allow 1,000 square feet for the ADU, we should just allow that. And we shouldn't care on whether or not your primary residence is smaller than maximum or a little bit smaller or at the maximum. We should just allow for the ADU to be whatever limit the ADU is allowed to be.
But we do that today.
But we don't.
You can build an ADU that's bigger than the 800. You just only get credit for 800, the extra credit for 800.
If my primary residence is at the maximum allowable for the primary residence, I cannot build an ADU above 800. Am I correct from staff?
Yes.
Sorry, with the exception of accessibility for the extra 100, but
Sure, we'll leave the accessibility situation out of the picture, but yes, that is correct. And what we consider that is an allowable exceedance. Other jurisdictions may say exemption and other words like that, but just to be clear, we allow up to 800 square feet of exceedance per property for ADU construction one time. And if, for example, someone desires a 600 square foot ADU and doesn't go all the way to 800, that one time they did the exceedance is the only time they'll get, and they will not get to make up the extra exceedance that they could have had.
So my proposal would be that the allowable exceedance be the size of their allowable ADU. And if the allowable ADU is 1,000 square feet, why would we not let them build 1,000 square foot ADU? Commissioner Schindler.
So I see the symmetry and the logic of it. But without significant time to think through all of the game theory, what I'm left with is there's going to be somebody who does what we've seen repeatedly, which is that they're going to say, aha, I have found a way to get more square feet. I will bend every rule that I need to get it. whether it's in the spirit of actually building an ADU or providing additional housing units or not. So without significant research and thought process and support of staff in thinking through this case, I would not be able to support that tonight.
Even though this is by definition the most restrictive, like the allowable exceedance means that we are restricting ADU size if you've already used up your square footage on your house. And we're not letting you go above that.
Say it again.
If you've already built your house and your house is at the max, then you cannot
build bigger than 800.
Build bigger than 800. Even if we say today, and we make a decision, we want 1,000 square foot ADUs and we like 1,000 square foot ADUs and we want to encourage and incentivize and build 1,000 square foot ADUs, this person can't.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Yeah.
Because we've set limits for how big, like how much coverage you can have on your property.
But we're setting those limits today. Like we can choose the limits. We have the opportunity to change the limits that we've arbitrarily set in the past.
Why don't we make it 4,000? I mean,
right. That's why I'm saying we should just allow it to be whatever the ADU is allowed to be. And so if we want 800 square feet ADUs, then I'm totally fine with that. And if the limit for the ADU size says 800 and you can't go beyond that, I would not be having this conversation. But if we say we want 1,000 square foot ADUs, then why are we restricting it to 800? Commissioner Farrick.
I just to kind of participate a little in this, because I don't know that Commissioner Schindler should be responsible for defending every position. I agree, though, that with her that the overall lot coverage, many of our neighborhoods are full of quote unquote substandard lots, and they're quite small. And so when you vastly exceed the developable square foot, it really does start to have a different impact on the neighboring, assuming this happens over and over again throughout the city. It's not necessarily bad, but I think there is the maximum of 2,800 for many of these lots. It still gives that exceedance of 800. And I also agree that, like, as a matter of things that we do from the dais, it shouldn't be something like this that could have some more significant unintended consequences. But what I would say, in terms of the math and working it all out, but what I would say that is more, I would say, maybe easy is not the right word. I'm very tired. The exceedance that's a one-time thing, that seems arbitrary to me. And that does seem like doesn't require math and shadow studies and, blah, blah, blah. It's like, that seems like we could change, because then if you decide, no, I do want this second unit on my property to be a full, 3-bedroom, 1,000 square foot unit, I want to I want to reconfigure things, whatever, like change my main house to a 2, whatever it is, and, I wouldn't want that property to never again be able to be redeveloped, I guess, because that's like a short-term thinking kind of thing. In 30 years, that property might need something totally materially different. So that's the thing that caught my ear that I would definitely be willing to make a recommendation on, but I don't think it's a good idea for us, especially when I'm, barely keeping my eyes open and can't talk anymore, to make math decisions about square footage changes.
Mr. Barada, could you confirm that tonight we would have the ability to change the one-time allowance to be a n-time allowance?
Just repeating your question back, if I may, through the chair. You are saying that our current practice, which we've held and would be maintaining, would be to give an ADU developer, a property developer, an opportunity to make a one-time exceedance. That's our current practice. That is what we have in the ordinance that we would be maintaining. You are saying that if one were to slightly exceed by a few hundred square feet instead of 800, could they have a second chance or no limit, no variable limit, in terms of the number of times to get to the 800 square foot maximum. Just starting there, the 1,000 square foot's another topic, but first, the number
Yes,
of
that
times
was
you
my
can-
explicit question on if you build a small casita and then a shed, that you could have an exceedance not exceeding the 800, but happen in two separate instances.
I think maybe to clarify on that point, if we have a casita, for example, or something along those lines, we would be only allowing the exceedance via one ADU. So I think the only scenario I'm envisioning with your question is if you have an ADU that, let's say, again, not 800, 600 square feet, they decide, oh, we want the extra 200 square feet. They come back a year later or whatever. In that scenario, would we be open to or able to take down this suggestion to make it a second chance or multiple chances, maybe 100 square feet more and then another 100 square feet more until you get to the maximum? Multiple chances, multiple times, no limit on the number of times to get to the maximum exceedance.
That is my question, not necessarily a recommendation. That's my question.
Sure.
Do we have the ability? Thank you. Sorry, is the answer to that yes?
The answer is yes. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bruzzi, did you have, I saw you turned on your microphone. Okay.
I like that suggestion from Commissioner Farrick.
Before we make that suggestion, staff, do you envision, I personally don't envision someone entertaining 8 independent 100 square foot additions. There's a theoretical potential for increased administrative burden by exceeding that allowance. But conceptually, to Commissioner Farrick's point, I don't see why we would necessitate restricting the exceedance only a single time if you didn't reach that limit, or if you want to do a remodel and you're taking away and then you want to add something somewhere else in theory.
Can I jump in real quick? Yeah, and I hadn't entertained the idea of 10 separate one, but I guess I do think the more common occurrence is years later, you need to do a whole project on your house and you are like, oh, wow, there's this weird restriction that now I'm limited arbitrarily to this size because 30 years ago, the 2 prior owners ago decided to build only this 600-foot ADU. Like, that seems like a weird rule.
So explicit question is, does staff have any concerns with us putting that in the recommendation in terms of this proposal?
I don't think we and staff have any concerns with that. I will just state that very clearly that this is strictly for the local ADU type of scenario. So it is a little focused on one type of category of ADUs, if you will. And there's no, I think, sense of provision here where we could somehow alternate that with maybe the primary residence getting a chance to add on instead, or some other kind of alternating situation. So I think just to be extra clear with the commission and everyone, I want to be clear that we are focusing on the ADU's capability to have multiple iterations of additions to the extent necessary for the 800.
I would say any ADUs, yes. So if you built an ADU at 600 and you want to 10 years later change that to 800, just because you used your initial exceedance, you would be able to still do that, assuming you're not exceeding the total exceedance.
Yeah, to sum it up, what I'm hearing is like the recommendation would be one ADU can exceed up to 800 square feet, and it's a total FAL plus 800, and that can be kind of mixed and matched over time. I think it's FAL plus 800 is the key here. I think we can work with that guidance to craft something in an amended ordinance for the council's consideration. If the commission recommends that, of course.
Thank you. Before we move on, do any other commissioners feel the way I do that the exceedance should not be limited to 800 as opposed to yes, limited to 800? Commissioner Sellin acknowledged yes. Okay. So it doesn't seem like people care about including that. The last topic I wanted to talk about was just the total allowable square footage for a ADU. I would prefer to see the allowable square footage to be greater than currently proposed. I mentioned my rationale before on wanting to see ADUs as an opportunity for people of all sorts of families and sizes be able to live in Menlo Park and increasing our total housing stock. My recommendation would be, one, to simplify and not have a distinction between studio or one bedroom or two bedroom. And I acknowledge the intention behind that of wanting to encourage more bedrooms, which also in theory encourages more housing stock and so could potentially be persuaded to, I mean, there's a optimization function of complexity versus trying to kind of granularly achieve our goals. So we potentially consider eliminating those nuances, but also would want to push the total maximum to 1,200 square feet. And my general rationale is I want Menlo Park to be a city that allows for ADUs and allows for people to have multiple bedrooms in their backyard. And as Commissioner Baruzzi mentioned, we have some lots on Menlo Park where that wouldn't be feasible. And it's very likely that the homeowner or the property owner would not do that. But we also have a lot of lots in Menlo Park where that would be entirely fine because they have a massive backyard or they're living in our residential estate zoning district. And we should give them the ability to build a bigger ADU with more bedrooms. And I feel like we're being overly restrictive. Commissioner Schindler.
If we're going to increase the numbers, then I would only be able to be comfortable with that if we maintained a distinction between a larger and a smaller. I have a picture in my head of someone who, to your example, has a very large piece of property and decides to build a bigger one that's a giant TV room. So I think getting into discussing numbers of bedrooms is highly relevant if we're sticking to that as the goal.
Totally reasonable. As a follow-up on that, would you want there to be 3 tiers of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, or would you just say 2 bedroom plus could move up to 1,200? And this is, I guess, a question for anyone who wants to answer. I specifically asked Schindler because
I'm comfortable leaving it at the 2 that there are. Again, I think it's relevant for us to remember that in the situation where we're talking about someone with a large piece of property that's capable of building, 1,000 or 1,200 or even something bigger than that, you're also talking about somebody who's probably got a $5, $7, $10 million piece of property. So it's a question of what's the use case going to be here. So I think it would be awesome if they said, I'm going to build 2 bedrooms and rent it out. I'm wondering if we're considering such a boundary use case that we're tying ourselves in knots and we are hand tying the limited staff that we have. So I ask you just to keep that in mind.
I appreciate that. I want to also make sure that we are thinking not only about the use cases today, but the use cases of tomorrow, where someone inherits a $10 million estate, doesn't necessarily want to live there, wants to be able to develop an ADU and sell it or rent it out. And so it's not only the current homeowner, but point well made. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Yeah, I was going to second that. And I can think of among my acquaintances, at least a couple of people who, they've inherited property from their parents and they have a sibling who might want to live there, and an SB9 split is complicated. And yeah, I think I'm comfortable with 1,200 and at least 2 bedrooms.
Can I ask a clarifying? Do you mean specifically the estate zoning district, or what's the minimum?
No, that was an example of potential properties that would easily be able to fit a 1,200 square foot ADU. I would not want to make that restriction by any means. And if anyone is able to, within setbacks and heights, and within their desire of limiting their current backyard, wants to build a 1,200 square foot ADU on their property, that they would be able to do so.
So
with the exception of the 800 floor area limit exceedance that we've talked about.
Could I ask staff if this is something that would it be simpler and easier to implement if there was just R2 zoning in a larger swath of the city?
Could you clarify your question a little more? I mean, if we had more R2 properties, we wouldn't have this issue in the first place? Okay.
Well, this is like, I feel like we're turning ourselves in knots trying to create like math equations for really specific use cases while also preventing other use cases. And I just wonder if there might be a less complex.
Yeah, if it's directed to staff, I might jump in if that's okay. And I've said it before this evening, but there is an allowance for larger units in a 2-unit configuration without a lot split. In SB 9, it does allow a minimum of 800 square feet, regardless of the existing conditions. So it does encourage these, larger, more missing middle housing, I think is what you'll see in all the literature around SB 9. Whereas ADUs are really intended to be those, ancillary, smaller units. Given the size, they're also intended to be more affordable. The design is intended to make them more affordable than a larger unit that you would see under SB 9, either in a 2-unit or a lot split up to 4 units. So I'll just say that that's part of staff's evaluation and why we landed on 1,000 square feet here versus the alternatives that are available through Senate Bill 9 and other.
Why is so I guess, okay, so then what do you see as staff when you get projects in, do you see demand for this type of project from the homeowners?
In terms of a 1,200 square foot ADU?
Well, I guess I'm just wondering, is there like an unmet need that you think this would move the needle on this problem? Or do you feel like we would get a lot more structures that aren't actually providing housing being built? Accessory structures, but not accessory dwelling units.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and I'll respond, but recognize that the commission can deliberate and provide their recommendation this evening. Staff's perspective or staff's recommendation is in the staff report, and so the size limits in the staff report or in the draft ordinance do reflect staff's perspective and goal of creating an ADU ordinance that does foster these smaller, more ancillary units. And as I said just a moment ago, the recognition that there is that ability out there through SB 9 to do 2 units on any single family zoned property and have a guaranteed minimum of 800 square feet there, where that's the floor and the maximum is set by the overall FAL for that zone. So using an example earlier, a 2,800 square foot FAL limit for like a lot of like 5,000 to 7,000 square feet in R1U zoning would be allowed, 2,800 square feet. So that's 1,400 per each unit. So you start to see those larger units that way. So that's where staff was coming from. Certainly this evening, the commission can provide different direction to increase that maximum square footage for ADUs, but staff's evaluation was really to differentiate between ADUs in this ordinance and then in a future SB 9 ordinance. What we have in SB 9 ordinance, we obviously apply state law, but we'll be looking at SB 9 separately later. And state law does allow for that flexibility in those 2-unit housing developments there.
Thank you. And I wasn't aware I was trying to inarticulately refer to Commissioner Baruzzi's statement that it's a complicated thing to use, it sounds like you're saying.
I feel like too many mics on at once.
Sorry, it specifically requires you to split your lot, whereas an ADU would not.
If I may clarify through the chair, that's not actually correct. You can do 2 units on an existing lot without a lot split through SB 9.
Thank you for the clarification.
How are the impact fees associated with SB 9 different from impact fees associated with ADUs?
So without a lot split, the impact fees would be relatively similar. The TIF, the transportation impact fee, would apply. I don't know off the top of my head if there's a difference in a ADU TIF versus a main residence, but many of the impact fees would apply unless an ADU is less than that 750 square foot threshold. Now with a lot split, it's different. You have Title 15 comes into play and the city's rec in lieu fee, but that's a whole separate discussion, not for tonight.
We have 10 minutes left in the meeting.
And I just wanted, oh, sorry, I wasn't quite done and I
Sorry.
off topic.
Go ahead.
It sounds like, just sort of in case you didn't catch it, we will be taking up SB 9 at a later date. So I don't want to get too hung up on that. Great.
Okay. We have 10 minutes left in the meeting. I'm currently at the point of making a motion, including eliminating parking minimums, eliminating the one-time exceedance for the floor area limits, and increasing the square foot of ADUs with greater than one bedroom from 1,000 square feet to 1,200 square feet. I do not currently have any other recommended changes to the existing proposal. Before any motion is made, does anyone on the commission want to amend any of those three or add an additional one subject to 9 minutes?
To clarify, you said from 1,000 to 1,200 for 2+ bedrooms.
For greater than one bedroom, which is the language that's used. That's correct. Yeah. Commissioner Farrick.
That's the one that I wouldn't want to mess with tonight here on the dais. I think the other two I'm fine supporting. I think 1,000 square feet is ample. I live in a 3-bedroom that's about that size. It's fine. I live in basically an ADU that's a main house. So
fair point. I will ask for a show of hands of those who would rather keep it at 1,000 versus move it to 1,200, and then would be comfortable abiding by that. For those who would rather keep it at 1,000 for the 2+ bedroom, that's 3. And for those who would rather increase it to 1,200, that's also 3. So I plan on making the motion, which would include 1,200 square feet, which potentially puts us at an impasse, and we can talk about it further. But if any of the commissioners who feel strongly enough to vote no on the overall resolution, then let's either discuss that or
through the chair, you could split the motion into different parts. So then we could vote yes on the items that we want to support.
Can I?
So I might look to the city attorney to clarify. We have one resolution, and the way that I was envisioning this going, and appreciate Commissioner Farrick's question, was one vote with adopting the resolution with modifications. I don't think we're set up this evening to do 2 votes because they're not 2 separate actions. But with that, I'll look to Ms. Lehman to.
No, I totally agree, Kyle. I would have one motion. So, with the modifications that you'd like, I wouldn't do 2 votes.
Okay, I can support 1,200. I would like the option that this commission, when we discuss 2 weeks from now at SB 9, and we have a deeper understanding of the process, because clearly we don't have a full understanding of the process, the parameters, and we can mentally put it side by side with what we've just talked about, right? We may we will find some mechanism to, if we need to update our consensus to City Council, we'll find a mechanism for doing it before this gets to City Council in May. Whether it's a public comment at that meeting or some other forum, we will find a way to sort of just be intellectually honest about looking at the 2 processes side by side once we have the same level of understanding.
I fully agree with that, assuming that we are able to discuss the details of this during a discussion on SB 9 pending Brown Act considerations. But your point of, if our discussion on SB 9 dramatically affects any individual commissioner's interpretation of what we voted on tonight, then him or herself would have the opportunity and the right to opine to City Council before they see this on their perspective and how it may or may not have changed.
Right, which I would plan to do.
Great. Commissioner Doe.
And just real quick, the this condoization and selling of ADU separately, because that would be a separate ordinance separate, just work F stream, that is not to be included in the recommendations because it's
That would not be included in the motion.
In the
That would be
motion.
included in our recommendations to City Council. I believe staff has already written a note on that we would like that to be further explored, that we would like City Council to be aware of that. But the official resolution we make tonight could not mandate that. Staff, has that instruction been communicated?
It's been communicated. What I would do is make that as part of the recommendation, but not to amend the ordinance, but just as, so, if we're tracking here, it's remove the parking minimums, allow for one ADU exceedance up to 800 square feet, or let me rephrase that, excuse me, allow for one ADU to exceed up to 800 square feet, but not limited to one time. So, and then increase greater than one bedroom ADU maximum square footage to 1,200 square feet, and recommend that the City Council direct staff to evaluate or bring back, or we'll say evaluate an ADU, subdivision ordinance for ADUs. I'm not sure. I got it, but my words aren't going well. I gotta go to bed.
I would like to make that motion.
Well, that's why I read it back for you.
Would you like me to repeat everything?
I think we got it.
Great. Do I have a second? Commissioner Peruzzi.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Farrick.
I would just like to ensure that staff, the report that you wrote for us with your recommendations tonight with the 1,000 square feet is communicated to City Council regardless, because I do feel like we're making a pretty unstudied recommendation to council with this kind of arbitrary number that has been thrown out, and now apparently will get supported. And I also don't really love the way this is going to end, because I'm, being forced to vote on yes on something that I'm not supportive of, that one detail, but I don't want to vote no. And I think that's exactly why you're doing it that way. So that I have to either take a no vote on this, which is not okay, or vote for something that is expressly not a good policy decision for our commission to do from the dais, is like change a square footage of a recommendation from staff with not
I
any
need to move that
data.
I'm sorry. Can I move that we extend the meeting until 11:40 so that we don't do this?
Second. All in favor?
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
passed
you.
unanimously. I acknowledge that point, that as a function of us having to loop together specific items that individuals may or may not be comfortable with, that any given person is put in the position of either taking the whole or none. That's absolutely not the way that I'm intending this. This is a function of us having specific things that we want. And if I don't know if we had unanimity on the other elements, but if anyone disagreed with the parking minimums or the exceedance, then they too would also need to make that decision. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to potentially have more time to discuss these things and to potentially get another round of feedback or understanding. And I think that's like to Commissioner Sillen's perspective on wanting to have had more options of what I'll call creativity proposed in the first place, for, in theory, a menu for us to choose from. And because as it stands, we have one proposal that we have to vote on, and we can't, for expedience sake, can't vote no. We're put in this position, and it's not a position that I put us in. So I believe we have a motion and a second on the floor. Commissioner Sillen.
I just want to quickly chime in that I kind of in line with what you said. I think as a whole, I don't plan to support the motion just simply because of what I alluded to earlier, which is that I don't feel like the items proposed tonight meet my test of bold, needle moving proposals that impact ADU production. I think if we had staff saying, yes, we know that if we increase the square footage from 1,000 to 1,200, that would be, 25% increase in ADUs because we have so many people asking for this and they're just waiting for this change, I would feel a lot better about it. But I do think we're sort of guessing, trying to move things a little bit here and there, which is good. But yeah, and since this is going to council regardless, I personally feel like I need to kind of go with my gut on this. And I want to be aligned with state law, but not at the expense of, not boldly pushing on significantly increasing housing production in Menlo Park. So for all the straw votes we've taken, you can factor that in.
Commissioner Doe.
I'm going to support this because I don't want to, I want to move this forward, but I really agree with Commissioner Farrick about, and I think Commissioner Farrick, you put it into words like, this is how I felt about the height too, just like messing with numbers, just kind of the 11th hour after staff has clearly, everything they bring to us has so much analysis behind it. And so for the increasing 1,000 to 1,200, I'm also not comfortable with. I will still support this, but for the record, I appreciate Commissioner Farrick saying to present what staff thought was a good idea.
Okay. I'm planning on taking a vote, assuming there's no further debate. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Yes.
Commissioner Doe.
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
No.
Commissioner Sillen.
No.
And I am a no. So the proposal does not pass. I don't feel comfortable with how all of this went as well. I feel like we were strong-armed into coming together on things that no one particularly agreed with, and some wanted more, some wanted less, and I know that this is going to go to City Council, and City Council will have the perspective of the commission, and they'll have the original recommendation from the initial staff report. But as is, the resolution doesn't pass.
Through the chair.
Commissioner Farrick.
Thank you. May I please make a second motion to consider?
Yes, go for it.
I'd like to motion almost everything that you just motioned, with the risk of saying it wrong. I'm not going to, but just to bring that recommended square feet down to the staff recommended 1,000 square feet, to see if that at least allows the item to progress to City Council with a more full perspective from the commission.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Baruzzi.
Yes.
Commissioner Doe.
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen.
No.
And I am also a no. The resolution passes 4-2. Moving to our last item of business, informational items. Mr. Parada, do you have any informational items you wish to inform us on?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Silverstein. The next Planning Commission meeting is scheduled for 4/27, so April 27th. Yes, April 27th. I had to make sure I wasn't looking at my dates wrong. April 27th. On that meeting, we have a study session on Senate Bill 9, amendments to, or potential amendments and some considerations for bringing the city's ordinance into compliance with state law there, as well as a broader discussion about single-family lots and the substandard requirements or substandard zoning ordinance considerations there. And then we also have a review and potential recommendation on a Senate Bill 79 local exclusion ordinance for certain parcels that meet certain eligible requirements within the transit-oriented development stop area. And so we'll be bringing that forward for the Planning Commission's review and consideration as well. So those are the two main items on the next meeting, and we'll see everyone there.
Do commissioners have any questions for staff or informational items of their own? Ooh. Commissioner Farrick.
I'll save it for next time, but FYI, it's Affordable Housing Month in May, and there's some exciting events being offered to community members. So please encourage yourselves to look it up and attend.
With that, I'll adjourn the meeting at 11:35 p.m.
Good.